So I want to call to order the Committee of the Whole meeting of the Saginaw Township Community Schools for January 19th, 2021. We are meeting virtually tonight due to Michigan Association of School Board guidance that school board meetings must be held remotely through January under current government restrictions. To start the meeting, I'd ask Eric to call roll.
Okay. David Jaffe.
Here.
Eric Smith. Here. Tony Duncan.
Here.
Jan Collison.
Here.
Marianne Bird.
Here.
Janine Coughlin.
Present.
Excuse me. Mike Colucci.
Here.
Tyler Berry.
Taking himself.
We can see you, Tyler. Just tell us you're here. He's lost his audio. Okay.
He's here.
He's working on it. We got one more.
Molly Jaffe.
Here.
So tonight, as you can tell, we've got our two new student representatives from Heritage joining us for their first meeting. Under our new policies, our two student reps terms run from January 1st of their junior year to December 31st of their senior year. A little bit different than it's been in the past. So we're excited to welcome Tyler and Molly to the board. And I'm going to ask each of them to just spend a minute introducing themselves and just telling us a little bit about them and maybe their future plans and why they wanted to serve on the board. Molly, I'll let you go first to give Tyler every opportunity to get his audio fixed.
Okay, so I'm Molly, and I'm involved in DECA, National Honor Society, the Appeal Board, and then I swim and play soccer. My future plans are to go to college and medical school after, and I wanted to serve because it's a unique leadership opportunity, and I watched all the meetings in the spring and felt like it was a good way to give back to the community and the school and serve.
Welcome, Molly. Welcome.
Tyler, is your audio?
I believe so, yeah. Hi, my name is Tyler Berry.
Give us a little introduction of yourself.
Okay, hi, my name is Tyler Berry. At school, I'm the treasurer for the Michigan Youth and Government Club. I was co-captain for the varsity soccer team in the fall, and I plan on running track in the spring. And I'm also a member of the class council for a grade, and I plan on applying for NHS in the spring. After high school, I plan on attending either SVSU or UMass Lowell to earn a bachelor's in forensic science or engineering, one of those, but I haven't really quite decided yet. And I wanted to become involved with the school board because I wanted to see like what was going on behind the scenes at Heritage and just like STCS in general. And I also wanted to be a conduit for other students to be able to like voice their opinions on anything related to school.
Very good. Welcome, Tyler.
Welcome, Tyler. Hey.
We're excited to have you both as members of the board and look forward to your contributions over the next year. So welcome. Next on the agenda is a presentation by Rebecca DeHane, our principal at Arrowwood Elementary School.
Thank you. Good evening, school board members, Mr. Martin, and members of the community. I'm Becca DeHane, proud principal of the Arrowwood Elementary Eagles. I got two special gifts from staff this year at Christmas time that seem fitting to summarize our year at Arrowwood. A Friends-themed t-shirt with the word pivot across the front of it, and a desk sign that says chasing unicorns. There were so many unknowns during this year that it did at times feel like we were chasing down the unknown, then shift course and pivot to meet the needs of our students as the information changed daily. Our staff, and not just our instructional staff, united together and collaborated extensively as we quickly transitioned to remote learning in the spring. Many staff were asked to step out of their comfort zones, create Google Classrooms, learn to screencast and Flipgrid, and engage all learners in the spring. When we met for our final staff meeting in June, this is the one area that staff identified that they wanted to take with them into the upcoming school year: how much they had learned about embedding technology to reach all of our Eagles and help them soar. During this school year, we've been able to carry and build upon those practices, with most of our classrooms broadcasting live for a large part of their day, with approximately 90 to 100% attendance during these Google Meets. This includes live teaching for all of our specials areas, including music, PE, and art. All of our staff have continued to participate in both district professional development with John Sowash or have continued their learning on their own time. This week, we finally put in our staff's hands their new touchscreen Chromebooks ordered last summer. I have a very happy staff right now. Originally, when Arrowwood went remote in the spring, we had 2 Chromebook carts for approximately 440 students. And now, when all of our devices are returned, we will have approximately 1 Chromebook cart for each of our 2 classrooms in the building. The Eagles that are logging on daily are demonstrating our monthly life principle of optimism by being dedicated, working hard, and happy to connect with their classmates. Our special education team has been able to bring in small pods of students so that even while remote, we can target the needs of all of our learners. Intervention and social work groups have also been able to be maintained during this time. In addition, our students have been able to engage in weekly second step lessons focusing on social emotional concepts with our staff. We have a small part of our at-risk population that is disengaged despite our best efforts by providing resources, ongoing communication, and support to those families. At the beginning of our face-to-face instruction during the hybrid model, the staff and students appreciated the 3 weeks to teach building routines, get to know their students in smaller cohorts, and administer beginning of the year assessments prior to bringing our blue and green groups together. We would love to use this approach at the beginning of each school year, but it is not a model that we would want to use long-term, as planning for both online and in-person learning was very taxing on our staff. Lincoln Learning has been an appropriate program for our typical students who are at or above grade level, but lacks differentiation for some of our students who struggle. Our virtual teachers are meeting ongoing with our learners to create unique opportunities to keep them connected to the building and their peers. Multiple online enrichment activities have been offered to both in-person and online students. With the school closure, we've had the gift of time to address Arrowwood facilities, but there's still much more that we would like to accomplish. Projects during this time include painting all of our common areas, including the main entrance, office, commons, library, and cafeteria. Active panels have been installed in all our classrooms. The additional funding for bottle filling stations in all areas has been a welcome change. A walking track called the Wellness Walkway was created this fall, offering another area for recess, sensory-based activities, the creation of a Girls on the Run team, and an area for staff to take a break. One of our new aides dedicated her time to the front flower beds and sought a donation for wood chips to complete the area before students returned in October. We received a Building Healthy Communities grant through the Michigan Elementary and Middle School Principals Association to create a walk running club at lunchtime using the new wellness walkway, additional active playground tools, and money to address staff wellness. One of the areas that should be addressed in the building is the HVAC system or airflow, as our interior classrooms do not have direct access to windows to allow outside airflow like our exterior classrooms. In addition, class sizes could be another area that the school board could examine more closely, as it's difficult to space children out the required distances. The Arrowwood staff has been able to get creative with desk placement and classroom organization to address this need. One of the last areas that the board could advocate for is additional support to address some of the inequities that exist for our at-risk populations. We've been able to offer devices and internet services so they have the physical means to do the work, but some students need that one caring adult in person to assist them with their learning and social emotional needs. As a building leader, it is these students that I've worried about the most during our remote time. Our Arrowwood staff has been resilient, creative, collaborative, and dedicated during this past year. Even when they are tired, they have dug deep and found the energy to engage and work harder for the Eagles than they ever have. Thank you so much for the opportunity this evening to share our biggest obstacles, successes, and areas the board can continue to advocate for all of our children in Saginaw Township.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca.
Any questions for Rebecca? Follow-up thoughts? Jen?
Rebecca, you spoke about the filling stations. Are filling stations now in your school?
Yes, they are. We currently did not, or before this, we did not have any, and our student council had actually been doing fundraising for one. So now most of our, with the exception of the main entrance, they have all been installed. and
How many
replaced-
do you have? Do you know where are they located? I'm just curious.
The 3rd, 4th grade wing, the 5th grade wing. There'll be one in the main entrance, cafeteria, and then there's one in the conference center.
Okay.
Janine?
Well, Rebecca, my kids were Eagles, so we love our Arrowwood Eagles, indeed. Question
Yep.
for you. You mentioned that, I think you mentioned you're having some kids come into school for special help, for lack of a better word, correct?
Yeah, our special education students for our cognitively impaired, ASD, and then resource room students have been coming in.
Okay. And how many students are you having come in?
It's smaller groups, so I would say probably 20 to 30.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you for being here. We appreciate it very much.
Not a problem. I welcome the opportunity. Have a great night, guys.
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. Okay. Next on the agenda are committee reports. Do we have any committee reports this evening? Okay,
Nothing from the technology committee.
okay. Seeing no other hands, I'm going to turn it over to Mike Walde, who's going to give us a presentation of our revised 2020-21 budget, which will be voted on at our regular meeting next week.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and start my presentation, and I'll pause for a second so somebody can tell me that they can see it on their screen.
We can.
It's up.
It is up and running?
Yep.
Okay. This is our first revision of the 2021 budget for this school year. This revision typically takes place in January for the purposes of updating some of the unknowns that aren't known from our June adopted budget. Items such as student count, state aid revenues, federal grant revenue and expenditures, and this year we have addition of several COVID-related grants. The slides that I'm going to be sharing tonight will show the effects on the budget, and I'll let you know these are not our final numbers, as I'll be doing another amendment later this year. I'm going to start with our blended count. This is these numbers come off from our state aid status report, and they are blended student enrollment. And the 2019-20 actual, we ended with a blended count of 4,809. And back in June, when I did the budget adoption, I was trying to continue the trend, but with the pandemic, we've lost some students, and the state has came up with a super blended count, which is using a different percentage of our student count from the previous year. So from our preliminary budget, or even from our preliminary budget, we're down 68 students. In actuality, we are down 170 students, but the blended count is working in our favor there. This next slide is just our foundation grant history. Shows what we've been given per student, and this year turns out to be the exact same as last year. It's a flat. The next slide is our MIPSR. This
Hey,
is our
Mike.
retirement rate that we have to pay in on
Mike.
our employees.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
Eric has a
Sorry
question.
sorry to interrupt. Quick question.
No, go ahead.
You mentioned, if you go back one slide,
Go ahead.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. If you go back one slide, the foundation grant, you mentioned it's the same as this year. Was that expected, or is that above or below what we were thinking would happen? I know it's been trending up for years. So in the initial budget, what did we assume?
They had told us last spring to expect that they were going to try to keep it equal. So yes, I was actually expecting the 8,111.
Okay, thanks. Sorry to interrupt again.
Yep, no, that's no problem. Like I said, if you have questions, go ahead and interrupt me, because with the presentation on my computer screen, I can't see if you're raising your hand or anything. So with those things being said, this is our snapshot for the budget amendment. This first column on the left is what the preliminary budget was back in June, and it shows in June we were expecting a profit of roughly $22,000. The revised budget has added some revenue, it's added some expenditures, and the projected shortfall now is about $894,000. And these are the expected fund balances. And on the next slide, I'll get into what makes up some of these numbers. Okay, this is our change in budget explanation sheet. The top number, the 22,530, that's the number right off from our adopted budget. Local revenues show an increase of roughly 212,000. Those are just our property taxes have increased. State revenues shows a reduction of about 163,000. And those are made up of several different numbers. Our state aid per student is actually down about 455,000, but there is also increases in our MIPSR's funding. That's money that the state gives us to offset some of the increases in our retirement expenditures. Also, at-risk funding went up roughly 126,000, and there were some other miscellaneous items for another 23. Federal revenues are going up over $2 million, and this was our the new COVID relief grants that I was referring to earlier. We are roughly $2.5 million of total COVID relief grants. The IDA funding, that's for our some of our special needs that we get from the ISD, actually decreased by about 120,000. The title budgets for 1, 2, 3, and 4 showed a increase of about 153,000, and then there was some other miscellaneous federal for roughly 15,000. All of these increases or decreases in these revenues will have an offsetting expenditure. So the $2.5 million worth of increases we got in COVID will obviously be in the increased expenditures down below. Other revenues shows an increase of roughly 570,000, and basically this is just an adjustment over the last 4 or 5 years. This revenue has been understated on the budget, and when you look at the actual what we've actually received for Medicaid, it had to be moved up as far as the budgeted amount to make it more in line with what we're actually getting. The increased expenditures, roughly $3.1 million. There roughly $900,000 of that is a contractual thing where we had to adjust some employees. $2.4 million of the 3.1 has to do with all of the COVID relief grants, and we have purchased many things with that money. As Rebecca had said, we've purchased drinking fountains, the active panels. We've purchased all sorts of Chromebooks, and there's just lots of things we've purchased with that money. And other items under the increased expenditures, because the NIPSR's rate went up from 27.5 to 28.21. It's an increase in our retirement cost of 180,000. Special ed services that we get from the ISD are going up roughly 200,000. And then the other at the end there is actually a reduction in expenses of 500,000. And those are many items that we've taken a look at where the budgets were out there kind of as placeholders, and in discussions that we had at the end of last year with the audit, some of those items have been looked at, and the budgets have been reduced. That's where we come up. If you take it all together, we go from a 22 plus 22 to a minus 894. And
Mike, do you mind if I ask a question?
no, go ahead.
The $200,000 from the ISD increased cost for special education services, is that something that happens every year? Has that been a trend? I don't remember that in the past.
No, we actually added a FTE for Chantel talked with Mr. Martin and myself about that, and we increased one of their services by an FTE, and then there was a couple of other items that increased that dollar figure.
Okay.
Janine, if I can interrupt for a moment, Chantel comes to us every spring with staffing projections based on the number of caseload students she has in all of the different programs. We had been running a very thin for a school psychologist, and so that 200,000 there represents an additional school psychologist that we needed in the district because we were way over caseload in that, and a half-time speech therapist. As you know, we run very thin on speech therapists as well, and have rather large caseloads. And so there were a couple other needs that Chantel had, but she was able to shuffle some staff and make those work. But these 1.5 positions, we looked at every different alternative we could and just simply had to add them to our team.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Bruce.
And one thing that's not footnote that I'm going to footnote is health insurance. I did not adjust up or down. Last year, we actually saw significant savings in health insurance, but the numbers through December show us running right on budget within a percent above what our current budget is, but I did not want to adjust the budgets because we don't know what the next 6 months are going to bring. The next two slides are more historical, what our fund balance has been. And based on my revised budget at the end, the fund balance would be roughly an 18.5%. That is that number is a little misleading, I guess, is the way I'd put it, because we've increased our expenditures roughly $2.5 million because of the COVID grants. So it makes that percentage lower because our expenditures are that much higher. But when those grants go away, then the percentage, as far as a percentage of expense to fund balance, will go back up. I don't know if I said that clear enough, but hopefully I did. The last slide is just a more broken out of the budget, and it includes actual numbers from the last 3 years.
Mike, if I could interrupt just
Yep,
for a
go ahead.
moment. I want to elaborate just for a minute on Eric's question from a couple minutes ago about the foundation allowance and if that's where we thought it was going to come in. If you remember back in June, we were being warned of doom and gloom based on the economy's impact from COVID. We were being warned of significant budget cuts coming from Lansing. They held a special consensus revenue estimating conference in August, which they had not done before, simply to try to get a handle on where the economy was headed. The board had the courage to hold firm and assume and adopt a budget that held firm with a flat foundation allowance, and your faith in the system came through and paid off. It held at flat. We did not see the significant cuts that we had been warned of. And so if you remember, there was some trepidation in June, and we just wanted to reflect that in that slide that it paid off.
And lastly, I'd like to conclude my presentation with a thank you to the board members for School Board Recognition Month. Being a board member is a difficult task under normal circumstances. And what you guys have seen in these last 10 months, I just want to say thanks for all that you do.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Questions for Mike about anything in his budget presentation? Again, this is something that we will adopt or put up for adoption at our regular meeting next week.
So Mike, you're talking about the fund balance not being accurate because we don't have the grants coming in. Do we have an expectation of what that number would look like, the percentage, when all said and done?
Well, the grants are in. It raised our total expenditures, and that percentage is your fund balance over your total expenditures. Okay. So if that $2.5 million wasn't there, the fund balance would actually be closer to 19.5 instead of 18.
Okay, thanks.
And if anybody has questions, during up until the next board meeting, feel free to contact me, and I can answer any questions you have.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Oh my goodness, with the mask bubble. I do have a quick question. You mentioned COVID relief grants. Is all that money gone now? Have we spent that all?
No, we have not. And
Okay.
as a matter of fact, on December 29th, I believe 29th, the federal government passed they're calling it ESSER 2, which is ESSER, and they are predicting that we're going to be receiving another $2.4 million of COVID grant money.
But Mike, that money doesn't show up as either a revenue or an expense at this point, correct?
Correct. It is not in my books at all.
Okay.
Any other questions? Mike, I want to take this opportunity to thank you, as well as all the other central office administrators. You said, it's difficult being a school board member during COVID. It's not easy being an administrator either. Central office including your entire staff in the business office, has done a wonderful job. So thank you for all your work and your staff's work over the last 10 months as well.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. So if anyone has any additional follow-up for Mike, get in touch with him before next Monday's regular meeting. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Martin for his superintendent's report.
Yes, first up, we wanted to stop and congratulate the Board of Education for the outstanding work that they do. January is School Board Appreciation Month, when we honor and recognize the outstanding contributions of these special men and women who have dedicated their lives to serving every student every day. In Saginaw Township, we joined 544 local school districts in Michigan and 57 intermediate school districts across the state to thank these community volunteers for their untiring dedication to public education, though they might question the word untiring after this past year of COVID turmoil. We are truly blessed with a talented group of board members who bring a wide variety of expertise, gifts, and wisdom to their critical role each day. So this month we are saluting Marianne Bird, who's been serving on the board since 1987, Janine Coughlin, serving on the board since 2006, Michael Colucci, serving on the board since 2014, David Jaffe, serving on the board since 2015, Eric Smith, serving on the board since 2015, Janice Collison, serving on the board since 2019, and Tony Duncan, serving on the board since 2019. This obviously is a challenging time in public education. School board members serving the Saginaw Township Community Schools develop policies and make very tough decisions that help shape the future of our education system. They bear responsibility for an annual budget of $50 million, around 4,700 students, 650 employees, and 8 schools. The dedication, integrity, and love for kids these public servants bring to their role is commendable. Their lives changed last spring with the onset of the COVID pandemic, and thus began the most trying, difficult year as a board member they had ever experienced. They poured their hearts and souls into problem solving, understanding, and guiding this district through something they had never experienced before. With no training manual or prior experience from which to pattern, they rolled up their sleeves and have not stopped leading since. The raw emotion from families, employees, and the public related to the anxiety around COVID has increased the pressure on these volunteers to a ridiculous level. I know they have experienced many, many sleepless nights wanting to do the absolute right thing for our kids without a penny of payment in return. I hope people will honestly reflect on this and give you the grace you deserve. To say that I'm thankful for this team is the utmost understatement. I can't imagine tackling COVID-19 with anyone else. I'm blessed to call you teammates, and I wish to honor you this month and into the future. A small token of our appreciation was delivered to the front porch of your residence earlier today. So if you haven't seen that, make sure you grab it tonight before you go to bed.
We have a couple models on the call showing off the gift.
Very good.
Michael, well done. Very groovy.
Yeah. Mary Dorr wanted to get you all a 6-week-old puppy, but we were worried about it being in the cold, so we did those instead. Additionally, we have a short tribute prepared for next Monday night's board meeting. So I hope the staff and community will join me in thanking you all for your outstanding guidance. You've been just amazing through this whole process, and we commend you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you for those kind words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up on the agenda, we wanted to remind you all that next Monday night at our January 25th board meeting, we will be electing officers to serve for this coming year. And we will also select school board members for committee membership on the various committees that we have. So please be thinking about what your role might be in either in the officer situation or on our committees. Mary has attached those to the agenda if you want a refresher on that. Finally, under my portion, we have some exciting news that we've been working on for quite a while. And Jamie the Magician Kratz did pretty phenomenal job over the Christmas holidays. When her family was sitting opening Christmas presents, she was massaging the budget. And I'd like her to tell you what happened with that.
Yeah, it is pretty exciting news. So with some creativity and with some different funding sources, you just saw where a couple of our grants had increased, and also the COVID accounts have helped with some of this stuff. So we were able to braid together some funding sources and complete our units of study curriculum by being able to purchase full classroom libraries for our K through 8th grade ELA teachers. So the libraries are different level books that go along with the units of study that were adopted last year. And each classroom is going to get between 500 and 600 titles for their kids to be able to choose from. It's going to be huge when we get down to the work of getting post-pandemic and addressing learning loss so that kids can read at their level and teachers can give explicit instruction with the libraries that will go along with their units. So the libraries are specific for the units of study. They're part of the resources that are strongly suggested to go along with them. And so for each of the units, when they teach a certain genre, now they have books that specifically address that genre, and they're at different levels in each classroom. So we're pretty excited about that. So with the combination of that and the new ELA program and curriculum at the high school that will be rolled out next year, I'm beside myself with excitement. It's going to be, I can't really think of a better word than beautiful. It's going to be a beautiful K-8, really solid, consistent curriculum. So yeah, we were able to make that happen, and they're already ordered. They should be getting in anytime now.
Fantastic.
Outstanding news.
Yeah.
And she was able to pull that off without having to dip into the general fund from the district. So between Title I funding, between at-risk funding, between some of our stimulus funding that is partially directed to address learning loss, she was able to massage all those different budgets and not have to get into the district's general fund. So that was excellent work, and I appreciate all the time and energy she put into that project.
It's good stuff. We're excited.
Thank you for your efforts on that. Absolutely. Bruce, anything else at this time?
No, sir.
Okay. We've reached the point in the agenda of our committee of the whole meeting for public comments. Because our meeting is being held virtually, comments need to be submitted through the form at the STCS website. Having looked over the form, all the comments submitted thus far have to do with our Return to Learn plan. And because on the agenda for our special meeting next, we have another section, we will address all those public comments at that time. So right now I'm going to adjourn the committee of the whole meeting, and we will move into the agenda for our special meeting of January 19th, 2021. And the first order of business on that agenda, again, is roll call. Eric, can you hear us? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Marianne Bird,
Here.
Dan Collison,
Here.
Mike Colucci,
Coming up mute.
Here.
Janine Coughlin,
Present.
Tony Duncan,
Here.
David Jaffe,
Here.
Eric Smith, here.
Don't forget our two students.
Tyler Berry,
Here.
Molly Jaffe.
Here.
And my apologies, Tyler and Molly. It's been a while since we've had student board
Right.
members in a meeting.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Support.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Eric Smith, yes. David Jaffe,
Yes.
Tony Duncan,
Yes.
Janine Coughlin,
Yes.
Mike Colucci,
Yes.
Jan Collison,
Yes.
Marianne Bird.
Yes.
Okay, next is approval of our minutes of our special meeting and our closed meeting of January 11th, 2021, and I believe they can be taken together. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve the minutes of last Monday's special meeting and closed meeting.
Support.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Janine Coughlin,
Yes.
Tony Duncan,
Yes.
Mike Colucci,
Yes.
David Jaffe,
Yes.
Jan Collison,
Yes.
Eric Smith, yes, Marianne Bird.
Yes.
Okay, next item is approval of district credit card invoices. Do we have a motion?
I'll take it.
Okay,
I move that the Board of Education approve the district credit card invoices in the amount of $11,112.
Support.
okay. Support. Any discussion?
Nope.
Okay, roll call, please.
Sorry, I was on mute. Jan Collison,
Yes.
Mike Colucci,
Yes.
Janine Coughlin,
Yes.
Tony Duncan,
Yes.
David Jaffe,
Yes?
Eric Smith, yes, Marianne Bird.
Yes.
Okay, we've now reached the portion of our agenda again for public comment. So far, about 40 individuals have submitted comments at the website. Take a reading. I want to note that in some instances, community members did not give the required information, such as their name and address. In those instances, the board has reviewed the comment, but is not going to read them out loud. All the other comments we will read out loud. We'll just sort of rotate through. To get started, Marianne, do you want to take the first two, which would be in rows 2 and 3?
Okay, this is from Jared Bobick on Wintergreen.
Hold on. I think we're starting with Josh Anders.
I don't have that. I
Look at the
other page?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pardon me.
This is Joshua Anders, 4208 Spurwood Drive. It is time for kids to be in school. As parents, we have all done the best that we can to educate our children, but we are not teachers. We are not experts. Our kids need experts. Further, our kids need other kids. They need to socialize. As more studies have, and I apologize because it's really hard for me to see, having emerged about the risk of kids in the community, it has become more and more clear that the science says that children are not as likely to get sick from COVID and are less likely to be a spreader. The educational risk to our kids of not being in school is larger than the health risk of them being in the building. Obviously, parents that are uncomfortable sending their kids to the buildings and welcome are welcome to continue to school from home. However, those of us that do not want that and are requesting that you no longer take the decision away from us. Please open the schools back up.
And then you want to read the next one?
Okay, again, I apologize. This is from Amanda Goidesick from, I believe, 1350 Allendale Drive. I am a second grade teacher and a mother to a first grader and a fourth grader. I am ready, my children are ready, and my students are ready to be back in the building, attending school in person. We all adhere to all safety precautions set up by the district and continue to encourage our students to maintain a safe distance, wear their masks, and wash their hands. My students learn better when we are face to face, and I can offer assistance and feedback on the spot. My children need to be in school with their teachers so that they can progress and reach the goals of their grade level. Please strongly consider allowing all students to return to their classrooms. Thank you.
Tony, do you want to take the next two, please?
I will.
Thank you.
Let me drop down here. Sarah Miller. Okay, Sarah Miller does not have an address. Has an email address, STCS.org address. As a teacher in the district and a mom of 2 boys, 2nd and 6th grade, I am begging you to vote for all students to return face-to-face learning. It is clear in my daily Zoom sessions that my students are so eager to come back. They are struggling academically, socially, and emotionally. They are missing out on so many experiences, and my concerns for their emotional needs is a weight that has been on my shoulders since this all began. I want this for them as well as my 2 sons. As a parent, I never thought I would hear my kids say, I miss school. I want to go to school, and I miss my friends. I'm pretty certain that it'll be a very long time before I hear either of my boys say, I don't want to go to school. During the short period of time that we had face-to-face instructions this year, I never felt unsafe. The cleaning and other procedures that we have in place make me comfortable with returning again. I am ready to get back to it. Please allow children to come back to school. Next one is Chris Michaelechik, 3684 West Winfield Drive. As a teacher in the district, I'm asking you to vote for all students to return face-to-face instructions. My students are struggling both socially and emotionally. They miss their friends and they miss learning in the classroom. When you were in the classroom together, or when we were in the classroom together, I always felt safe. I was amazed at how well my students could wear a mask and keep it on all day. They never complained because it never bothered them. They washed their hands and used hand sanitizer all the time. It was great to see them smile and laugh in the classroom. This is what concerns me the most. They don't smile or laugh very often in our Zoom meetings. They are struggling. My students want to return to the classroom, and I really want to be there to give them the emotional support that they need right now.
Thank you. Mike, can you read the next 2?
So sorry, I got multiple screens here. So
row 6.
Trace.
All right. Trace Hendrick, 490 Canterbury. I am writing to show my support for the resumption of in-person full-time school for the elementary level. Healthcare, grocery, construction, other careers have been working in person throughout this pandemic. It's time that our STCS teachers rejoin that essential workforce and begin giving our students the vital in-person instructions that our students need. The protocols and procedures that were put in place during the 6 weeks of in-person instruction are appropriate for our schools and are stronger protections than many of the other industries that have been open for months. We cannot wait until our teachers are vaccinated. Other schools in our area have been in person for the majority of the year, and anything other than in-person full-time instruction means our STS elementary students are falling further behind. The structure of an in-person education is something that our elementary students desperately need, and it's time for our teachers to assume the daily rest that so many of us have done for months and return to the classroom for in-person instruction. Again, I'm advocating for a return to in-person full-time instruction no later than the start of the 2nd semester. And number 7, Amanda Seipel, 3827 North Hartford. Considering the new strain of the virus, B117, has been found in Michigan and is believed to be more contagious than the SARS-CoV-2, than the current strain of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, I don't believe it's in anyone's best interest to resume face-to-face school at this time. The majority of kinks with the virtual school have been worked out by now and is working well, in my opinion. My daughter has already been exposed once at school, and beyond the health concern, the mandatory quarantine required she had no instruction because teachers were understandably busy with face-to-face classes. I can't imagine it was very long before the building got to be very empty after we got at least one email a day about the student who tested positive and others who were exposed to it.
All right, Jan, can you take the next 2?
Sure.
And I'll just, Janine, you'll be on deck then. so that everybody can be prepared.
You got it.
Okay, Bill and Michael Inman, 6960 Trowbridge Court. Dear Superintendent Martin, please allow us to introduce ourselves. We are Bill and Michael Inman, the parent of Connor Inman, a 7th grade student at White Pine Middle School. We are writing this email to the school board will strongly consider return to person learning for those students who have chosen that track on Tuesday, January 26th. We realize the vote is coming on January 19th, thus the reason for this email now. These are indeed unprecedented times, and we as a society continue to learn more almost daily about this terrible virus. We would like to commend you and the board for your management of our schools during this time. It has been very clear that your main objective in this whole thing has been the safety of our schools and teachers. As parents, we are very appreciative of your approach to the pandemic thus far. We have been forced to work from home as a result of the pandemic as well. Because of this and the relatively small area in which we have to work at our home, we have been able to witness and observe the online learning program daily. In the beginning, all was well. The novelty of the student situation was enough to stimulate and challenge them to tackle their assignments to the best of their abilities. Your teachers did a fantastic job of switching up their curriculums to maintain their relevance and keep students engaged. As the week continued on, though, you could see a slow transition in the state where we believe we are today. Kids stopped logging in, stopped paying attention, stopped turning in their assignments. You even see a change in mood of the teachers at this point. We have heard every one of Connor's teachers state they hope for students to return to the schoolrooms quickly. We almost hear the pain in the voices as they realize they are losing a relatively large group of students. Oops, I lost it. There we go. A large group of students. They are no longer learning and it's just killing them because there is little. Guys, my computer keeps jumping on me. I'm sorry. I'll get there. No, I won't. Somebody else finish that for me, please. I'm sorry.
And I'll take it for you.
Yeah, and then I can do the next one.
It's just killing them because there's little they can do virtually to correct the situation. This is again further testament to the high caliber of teaching professionals in our schools. In addition to the strained learning environment caused by the delay in returning to in-person schooling, we cannot ignore the mental health aspect situation is having on students. Many pediatricians have linked remote schooling to toxic stress in our children. We can tell you our son has a much shorter fuse these days, which has to be the function of stress he is feeling. When we were in the hybrid schedule, days he spent in school were notably different, for the better, than the days when he was home learning remotely. Now it just jumped on me, girl. In addition, there is continued technology challenges. We are aware that other students and families that still do not have devices needed to allow students to participate as needed in classes for learning. We hear this in the classes when students are missing, cannot log in, connections continue to drop, instant replies or photos need to be submitted to get credit or attendance for attendance purposes. They need to print items and they cannot, or they are having to share devices with others at home. No one anticipated we would still be remote learning at this time, but some students are still not equipped to do so, yet the expectations are that they do so. This continues to be an additional stress for all, and no one is at fault, but no one can address while fully remote, causing gaps in both effective teaching and learning.
Is the next one Nicole Bobick?
It is.
Okay, I can do that one.
Okay.
I have struggled this year as a single working outside the house parent just as much as the teachers are teaching. I have kids that are close to failing classes because the teachers won't respond or have just given up on them. One of these teachers was reached out to by my child and she never responded to them. So I sent an email out before Christmas break. I've still not heard back and neither has my child, still no response. I'm not saying this is the case with all teachers, but there are a few. If this is the case, these kids need to be back in school. We chose this because virtual would make them fail. Right now, this school district is allowing them to fail without help. I have been I have even reached out to counselors to get my kids help, nothing. There needs to be something done. Even hybrid is better than them being ignored when they need help the most.
Jean, you want to take number 10?
I will. Joe Crowley, 4900 Coralberry Road, Saginaw, Michigan. I switched my daughter from Zilwaukee to the township schools in November because being in kindergarten, she needed face-to-face learning. She was fortunate enough to attend Sherwood for 3 days before everything went online again. I know that the teachers are doing the best they can with the online learning model, but young children need to be in the classroom to learn what they should learn. I'm asking the board, not just for my child, but for all young children, please allow them to go back to face-to-face learning. They all need that. Thank you.
Mary Ann, you want to pick up number 12 with Jared Bobick?
Okay, again, I apologize ahead of time. This is from Jared on Wintergreen. Something needs to change. All kids cannot learn this way. My kid is struggling and one of their teachers doesn't bother to respond. How is that helping? STCS is failing the kids. Hybrid is the way to go, at the very least. Also, we have one of the mobile hotspots due to our internet cutting out periodically. They don't work.
Then maybe read one more. Michelle Hall.
Okay, Michelle Hall, 37, I believe, 62 Hackett. This year has been an extremely difficult one. I am proud of the teachers in the district for doing such a great job with the remote learning. However, my Sherwood student needs to resume face-to-face learning. In-person learning allows our child to receive services and an education that are far beyond our expertise. Our family made a decision at the beginning of the school year to have our child in the classroom. We believe in the abilities of the teachers and staff at Sherwood to keep our child as safe as possible. Please know that the family's social and emotional well-being are also affected by this. We strongly encourage you to allow our child and all of the other children to return to in-person learning as soon as possible.
Okay. Eric, can you take a couple? Starting with 14.
Yep, no problem.
Tony, you're on deck.
Gina Lockwood, 4421 Forsyth Road, Saginaw, Michigan. I'm asking for the board to keep with the return to learn plan that has face-to-face instruction resuming January 26th. Almost every day it is a struggle for my 2 children with remote learning style, and I fear it will continue to get worse. My children are 5 years old and are at an age they should be excited about learning new things, but that has not been the case lately. Especially for one of my children, he is becoming upset almost every time he has to log on to class. He does not stay engaged unless I am with him the entire time, which is difficult when both children are needing assistance for different classes. I believe the safety measures that the district has implemented are keeping them safe while they are engaged in face-to-face learning. As the numbers have gone down for Saginaw County, I ask you to please keep with the plan of returning to face-to-face next week. Next is Luke Hendrick, 21 West Hannum Boulevard. If sports are allowed to resume practices and games, then full face-to-face learning needs to take place immediately. For the longest time, the rule has been if you are not in school, you cannot play/practice, and that should apply here. If it is not safe for all students to sit at their desk following the safety protocols, then how can you allow our athletes, specifically contact sports, to practice and play? How can we allow our athletes to travel to other communities where they can bring the virus back to ours? What message are we sending that our winter athletic teams can get together and bond, but others must continue to stay home and stay safe, feeling even more lonely than before, knowing their friends are getting together to play a game? I am guessing that most, if not all, students will not be vaccinated by the end of the school year. And in a hybrid model, teachers will come into contact with 100% of their students throughout the week. There is no way to keep the virus from entering the building. If that is a fear of yours, then shut school down until the end of the year. These kids and us parents need some consistency and cannot keep changing our approach. I am in favor of full face-to-face learning with all or more safety protocols in place. Let those go back that are willing to, and allow parents that do not want their children in that environment to go virtual, even though the deadline has closed.
Okay. Tony, you want to take the next two? And Mike, you're on deck.
Remind me which number are we on?
We're on 16.
15. So that's that. Thank you. Caitlin Roberts, 719 Pilgrim Drive, East Saginaw, Michigan. I would like to thank you for your continued dedication in keeping our children safe. I believe that now is the time to get our kids back in the buildings for face-to-face instruction. After a peak at the end of November, Michigan and Saginaw County have seen a decrease in positivity rate, cases per million, and hospitalizations. Hospitalizations are down 45% since the peak on December 1st. And as an employee of one of our major healthcare systems, I have watched our COVID plus numbers go from above 200 to now in the 60s. Vaccinations have begun to roll out, with the opportunity for staff and faculty to be vaccinated happening shortly. Our children deserve the opportunity to learn in a traditional format in the classroom. While our teachers have done an excellent job working with what they have, nothing compares to in-person learning, especially for our young students in elementary. All of us can agree that the safety and well-being of our children is of the utmost importance. However, now is the time to return to the classroom. Remote learning, incredibly difficult for the students, teachers, and families trying to manage the new way of life. The hard data does not lie, and I have full faith that STCS has the tools to keep our children safe and learning in the classroom starting next week. Thank you for your time. And next one's Catherine Parr, 4585 Bittersweet Lane. I believe the children need to return to the classroom. The teachers have been doing a great job with virtual learning, but not all children can grasp what they need via the computer. I'm afraid the children are getting so far behind that it will take a long time for them to catch up and get back to normal.
Okay, Mike, you want to take the next two? And Jan, you're going to be on deck.
Okay. Deidre Jones, 126 Garden Lane. With the new variant, which makes it easier for the virus to spread, I don't recommend returning to face-to-face learning. And Megan Pyman, 2620 Valley Drive. I have 3 children doing remote work from home that attend STCS. Not only do I know they need to go back, they're asking me to go back as well, and there's nothing in my power but this comment. Please consider our children's voices. They miss their friends and teachers. Life needs to return as closest to normal as possible. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, Jan.
Tom and Rachel Conley, 660 Canterbury Drive. It is very clear that COVID-19 is going to make any decision made questioned, and there is no way to please everyone. Every family has to make the decisions that are best for them. But we are struggling with the thought that this remote environment would continue or restart beyond the planned January 26th date. We absolutely feel that the teachers and administrators at Hemeter and White Pine are doing the best they can with the situation. They all clearly want kids to succeed despite the hurdles in front of them. For our daughter in the 7th grade, while there have been technical hiccups, by and large, the experience is working. It's not always easy, and there have been frustrations, but she is in a position to continue to be successful, even if the remote learning model were to continue for the White Pine students. We do realize that this is not the case for every student at White Pine, and no daily interactions with peers is very missed and needed. At the same time, our son in kindergarten, Hemeter, is not having the same success. Aside from the technical issues, he is sorely missing out on the social aspect of school, as well as the opportunity to have a regular, direct, one-on-one interaction with his teacher. There is significant assistance required to get him into the various class sessions. Despite the best efforts of the staff at Hemeter Elementary, without in-person instruction, our son's kindergarten experience is not as successful as it could be, and we're looking to improve upon the situation. The purpose of this letter is twofold: to stress how vital it is for our son and likely other elementary age students to return to in-class learning as soon as possible, and to express concern over the possibility that the in-person instruction plan would be either pushed farther out or removed altogether. To be clear, our family would be fine with returning to the green-blue days if needed to start the return of in-person learning. I would be more than willing to provide feedback directly in parent or community group meetings to help solve as many challenges as we can. Guys, my computer keeps jumping.
Yeah, it's just long ones that do that.
Yep.
It's like
All right.
somebody,
If you click on the cell that the long one is in, it may give you an option to scroll up and down just within that cell.
Okay,
That's what-
let me try that.
Thanks, Harry.
Yep.
All right, let's try it.
You'll see a little scroll bar appear actually in the cell.
Let's try it. There we go. I see what you're talking about.
That is the end of that one, just so you're aware.
Oh, that is the end of that one. Okay, very good then.
so we're on to 21.
We're on to 21. All right. So this is Laura Fiore, Saginaw Township. Second semester will not be back to normal because the vaccine rollout will not be distributed fast enough. Teachers likely won't be able to complete vaccination until the end of February. Our school will have the exact same challenges with COVID as last semester. Some schools in the area were able to utilize small class size and do full-time face-to-face learning okay. STCS did not. Within 3 weeks of full-time learning, most of the elementary schools had to shut down because too many teachers and kids were out sick or quarantined. One parent told me that there were days when her middle school child was one of only 3 kids in the classroom because everyone else was out sick or quarantined. This is not a good learning or workplace environment. We do not have the right to put teachers in harm's way to solve a problem. It would be best to wait until our faculty have all been given the opportunity to be immunized before going back in person. I think teachers could identify the at-risk kids and offer them in-person learning in a socially distanced small class, and the rest stay remote until the end of February. I recognize it is a significant hardship for everyone to be remote. It is definitely a struggle. More people in the U.S. have died from COVID than the total number of people who died in World War II. More Americans died the total number of people who died in the 9/11 attack. That takes my breath away. To continue remote learning until educators and people 65 and over are vaccinated is a decision to keep our communities safe. We are almost there. Hope is tangible because immunizing educators and people 65 and older will be done soon. If STCS could do proper social distancing while in person, that would be different. But it was proven during first semester that proper social distancing cannot be done. It resulted in sick or quarantined teachers and kids. Also, the newest variant of COVID is associated with higher viral loads, suggesting it is more transmittable than before and could prove more problematic for in-person learning than last semester. The most responsible action is to delay in-person learning to March 1st, when our faculty and people aged 65 and older in our community have the opportunity to be fully vaccinated.
Thank you. Hey, Janine, can you take the next 2?
You got it. Jamie Hayes
Eric, you'll be on deck.
at 2714 Ashton Drive. I believe the children need to go back to school. The kids, I believe, need structure and routine, and most of all to be around their friends. As a full-time working mother, I find that it's extremely difficult to juggle both their education and my job. Children are not getting educated to the full potential by sitting in front of a computer screen, not only for their education, but for their mental well-being. I believe the children need to be able to go out and learn. They have been stuck inside too long. Children, to my knowledge, are not the ones at risk. If anyone leaves, are not the ones at risk. If anything, leave it up to the parents. Thank you. The next one is from Jacqueline Hall, 0414 Dice Road. As a parent who wants the best for children, both health and education-wise, as an individual with countless close contacts to work in schools as social workers and teachers. I'm disappointed in the handling of face-to-face school for our students. As flexible as I attempt to be, I'm disappointed in the short notice of school closures. 8 p.m. on a Thursday night is not acceptable. To learn that your student won't have school the following morning. To learn just weeks before school year is starting that all students are beginning virtual is not acceptable. To learn that the original virtual learning format is being changed just weeks before the start of the year is not acceptable. To learn that virtual learning resources won't be available to students at the start of the year, excuse me, I need to get a little bit of help here, is not acceptable. To learn that the virtual learning resources won't be available at the start of the year and that there are enough laptops to be distributed is not acceptable. To find out just 4 days before Facebook for only for time in October that start and end protocols are being drastically changed. I have a child in 2 different buildings, making all this completely unreasonable is not acceptable. As a Freeland resident, my children are enrolled via their father's address. Pardon me for that. Where they live part-time. I see school buses for other districts drive by my house every morning and afternoon. My stepchildren are enrolled in Midland Public Schools and have missed almost no face-to-face schools. When other districts are able to develop reasonable protocols for their staff and students, we should have been able to do the same. The decisions made thus far are not in favor of our students or the hardworking staff. I've always been an advocate of Saginaw Township Public Schools, but the decisions that have been made this year have made it more difficult to vocalize my support. My children are fortunate. I work primarily at home and assist them when I can. I have had to hustle to raise my first grader's reading level after she tested very low at the start of the year. My children are part of a very fortunate bunch of students in the district, and my heart breaks for those who don't have parents who are able to guide them through this disaster of a school year.
Okay, Eric, you want to take the next 2? We're on 24.
All right.
Oh, you're back.
Yep. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay.
Okay. Caitlin Harvey, 5324 Mackinac Road. Please allow all kids to return to school on the 26th of January. Next one is Cindy Wolfgram, 1330 Sheffield Drive, Saginaw, Michigan. Hello. I would like to express my concerns for the amount of time the children have been out of the classroom. I understand that virtual has been offered. However, children's mental health and academic education is suffering greatly. I have students who were previously testing well above grade level, failing or near failing every class. Children are crying because they are getting in trouble saying, I just want to go to school. As a nurse who has worked during the entire pandemic, I am very comfortable with sending my children back to school. I believe those that are not have the option to continue virtual. I know with 3 students in 6th, 3rd, and 1st grade, I spend all day on 1st grade, or he does, excuse me, or he does nothing. This is requiring an 8 and 11-year-old to work independently. We are placing too much responsibility on young children, and they are feeling the mental effects.
All right, Tony, we're skipping 26 because it's anonymous. So if you would do 27 and 28, and Mike, you're on deck.
Next one's Elisa Basil, 809 Foxbury Road. Regarding COVID-19, is my understanding that each school district may choose its own path regarding return in-person learning? What is the difference between our district and Hemlock, which has offered in-person learning 4 days per week when they've been allowed? Freeland, which is 90% plus in-person learning. Frankenmuth, in-person learning every day. Chesaning, in-person learning every day. Swan Valley returned to in-person learning January 11th. Merrill has in-person learning 4 days per week, and the list goes on. Those are just the public institutions. I haven't mentioned private schools. What a shame that if you can afford to send your child to private school, you've reaped in-person educational benefits all school year. If you're stuck with STCS as your only option, you've gone to school for maybe 21 days. How far behind are you going to let them fail or fall relative to their neighbors? Additionally, what is the vaccine plan for the district? Next one is Skylar Hernandez, 634 Somerset Road. Please strongly consider having children go back to school. I'm sure you have conducted your research and are trying to make wise decisions. I know my children are in desperate need of in-person learning, and it's an important part of development.
Take one more, will you?
Sure. Sarah Stewart, 2115 Delaware Boulevard. I am all for full-time face-to-face or remaining on full-time remote learning for another 2 weeks. The hybrid version, having kids do the every other day thing, doesn't work well for our family.
All right, 30 is anonymous. Michael, would you take 31 and 32?
Sure.
Jan, you're on deck.
Okay.
Nope. Kizia Coney, 170 Parkside Court. I understand some districts are waiting to go back until March and others have allowed students back this week. Speaking for my household, I have a son with ADHD and his intelligence is advanced. He attends Heminer Elementary. I worry that if school is pushed out to virtual for much longer, I will have no job as I'm working from home due to lack of childcare. He used to attend the after-school program, and he is not getting a good education. He struggles to pay full attention, and once the teacher is off the screen, I struggle to keep him engaged while working from home. I scribe, and I cannot help him 24/7. This is a big hindrance. I understood the need, but now it's time to get these children back to school so they get the quality education I was expecting when I had him transferred to Heminer. Writing assignments are taught, but rarely looked over and never turned in. Math is tested and turned in, but other subjects are not. Plus, he needs the interaction of other students and teacher up close and personal. Well, within 6 feet minimal. He listens well with his teacher, and she is the best. Thanks for listening. Number 32 is Marcia Jones, 1310 Trout Drive. I'm in favor of students returning to in-person learning next week, but starting with a schedule like they previously had, 1 day on, 1 day off until further notice.
Okay, Christina Sullivan, 4105 Scarlet Oak. I'm sorry. Why is it important for our kids to be back in school? My daughter's in second grade at Sherwood Elementary, and I wanted to share my reason. I believe our kids need to be in class. First, to address the cases in our county. Saginaw County is seeing a downhill trend in cases and in hospitalizations. During our holiday peak, Covenant Hospital had an all-time high 120 plus hospitalized cases. We are now down to 68. During our holiday peak, Covenant Hospitals had, down to 68 inpatient care. This is cutting into the numbers in half. The spike of holiday get-togethers are now outside the window of 2 weeks. On top of this data, there are numerous articles and research reports explaining how our young children are the least susceptible to contact and spread COVID-19. Hospitalizations are less than 2.8%, with a mortality rate of less than 0 to 17% in the United States. Still to this day, it appears that severe illness due to COVID-19 is rare among our children, report from the American Academy of Pediatrics. Now, for surrounding schools in session. In our same county, schools, Thomas Township, First Run, and many private schools are just some examples where they are still holding in-person classes. You may argue they are small schools, they are placed in rural communities. Well then, I bring to you Midland Schools, a very big district. All those have made the utmost effort in keeping our schools open for F2F. There are many things our district can do to help support the opening of F2F. I personally have donated a large supply of cleaning disinfectant for our schools to use and will donate more if need be. I have seen many changes done to our buildings and classrooms to support the openings of schools. Oh, let's see. Let's not make this effort a lost cause. Lastly, to address not only the support schools provide educationally, but mentally, physically to our child's health. Lastly, to address not only, Oh, let's see. This is jumping on me, guys. For classes help. The hot, cold nutrition meals the children know they will receive that morning or afternoon. They love and or care an individual may need that we don't necessarily see through the computer screen. Virtual learning has taken a toll even on those kids that have the support. Does this jump if other people fool around with it?
The
Yes.
longer comments do when you try to scroll, it's hard.
Yeah, but it'll help if only the person reading scrolls, because when somebody else tries to scroll,
Gotcha.
it'll jump the
Okay.
can.
I personally have watched my own child and other children break down from not seeing their friends, teachers, principal, the hardship it has been. And for the teaching staff, again, saw days where it had its my daughter's teacher, or when there's an electronic glitch, or when the assignments are posted. No one feels just another flaw of the system. Virtual learning is not the norm, and this is not the time I ever want to feel was wasted, thinking of my child's future. Yes, I have thought of moving to another district. Yes, I have dabbled in private education, but there is something holding me to this district, and I hope and pray I'm making the right decision. And I know you will too. Please open the schools for our children. Okay, next one. What number are we on, David?
34.
33. Click out of that. There we go. 33, 34. Dana Sands. I'm encouraging you to please consider bringing the kids back at face-to-face, at least pre-K through 5th grade. I am a teacher as well as a parent in the district, and I see both ends of how this is affecting the kids. I understand the concern that others may have about health and safety, but I believe we can do and did a good job providing that. I feel we owe it to the families and students of STCS to bring the kids back full time. I'm getting concerned because kids that truly need the support in their academics are not getting it or not participating in remote setting. Therefore, they are falling further behind. I see it in my own kids. They are struggling to stay focused and be engaged while learning remotely. As far as offering hybrid, I feel this option will not be feasible because as a teacher, I will not be able to watch over the kids, provide support to the ones on Zoom as well as the kids in class. Just a thought. What do the kids do on Zoom when I take my class to recess, bathroom breaks, etc.? That option may work for older kids, but not elementary. Elementary kids need to be in the classroom. Please, again, consider bringing us back full time.
All right, Janine, can you take the next two and Eric after that?
Happy to. Number 35 is Saressa Kopke.
Mm-hmm.
As an elementary teacher in the district, I understand the unease of bringing the students back face to face. We aren't able to properly social distance 6 feet apart in the classroom. The kiddos have a difficult time wearing their masks properly, and the younger students are very touchy and love to hug their teachers and friends. While many of them are beginning to get used to no touching and wearing their masks correctly, it is still scary to come back to school without a vaccine to help protect from COVID. However, personally, I believe that little ones need to be back in school face-to-face, either full-time or like we did in October with a soft start. I have some students that have not participated in virtual learning at all this trimester. Online or a hybrid format for students at this time is just not realistic. Students this young learn best doing hands-on engaging work. While I do my best to make sure my students are engaged, it is extremely difficult to keep their attention. There are distractions at home that they may not have in school, like siblings picking fights, siblings wanting to play, or their toys just a couple feet away. Another reason I believe it's extremely important students in elementary return is because while we are assessing from home, whether it is for MLPP, Ames Web, or just a core subject, we do have some parents / guardians giving students the answers, preventing us from knowing exactly what our students know and what they need to go over. It is next to impossible to coach our students on writing and handwriting because we are not able to be there to make sure they are the ones doing the writing, not the parents or guardians, and making sure that they understand the expectation of the writing assignment. These children need the face-to-face instruction so we can make sure they are not continuously falling behind due to this pandemic. Teachers feel helpless because they are doing everything that they can and still don't truly know if it's making a difference in the student's education. The sooner we get our students back in the classroom, the better we can address the needs and see the progress in their education.
I think you can skip 36, and 37 is anonymous.
Okay.
And that would take us to 38.
38 is Autumn Marshall. Please consider going back face-to-face for the middle and the high school. These kids need to be in school and with their peers. I have a senior who has to miss out on the fun of senior activities at school. Online school just isn't the same for these kids. Thank you.
All right, Eric, next two starting with 39, and Tony, you're on deck.
All right, Stacy Cole, 6821 Dunburton Circle. Just again encouraging the board to commit to returning to school face-to-face 5 days per week, as we now have permission from governing agencies to do so. Safety measures have been put in place, numbers are declining, vaccines are becoming available, and experts recommend returning to school. More importantly, I would like my son to describe school in a positive way versus how he describes it now. Isolated, difficulty focusing, makes it difficult to care are some descriptions I hear now. Our students need this, and other schools have shown it can be done. Let's commit to this. Thank you for your time. 40 is anonymous. 41 is anonymous.
Takes us to 42.
Which brings us to Jenny Bolter, 4345 Ann Street, Saginaw. Before the school year started, we were sent a survey in which we were to choose between face-to-face instruction and virtual instruction for our kids. My husband and I decided the best option for our family was face-to-face instruction. We have 4 kids in the district, a 10th grader, 8th grader, 5th grader, and 2nd grader. Our kids learn best in the classroom, and so far this year, the oldest 2 have been in the classroom 11 days, and the 2 in elementary school have been in classroom 20 days. It is very frustrating to be given an option and then not have that opportunity available. My kids are struggling. They sit at a computer all day. My high schooler and middle schooler don't even see half the class because most kids have their cameras off. How do the teachers even teach like that? I really hope that you considering sending everyone back full-time face-to-face. At this point, any family who was not comfortable with it had another opportunity to switch for second semester to virtual. I also would like to comment on the hybrid option. I do not believe that option benefits anyone. Having kids at home every other day is not beneficial, as they don't get any instruction and only have minimal homework to do on that day. It is probably extremely hard for the teachers to plan for that too. Also, since White Pine is doing a block schedule, it means they only get in-person instruction from their core class teachers once a week and their elective teachers once every 2 weeks. The only way hybrid would work is if the kids that were home that day could log in to see a live stream of the classroom. I know this has not been an easy job for anyone. Thank you so much for your time.
Right, 43 is anonymous. On to 44.
All right. Heather Doobie, 4201 John Quills Drive. I think that's right. This may be a dime short and $1 late, but I am asking you, or basically pleading to you, to please allow these children to go back to school in some form of face-to-face learning. I have a size 6-year-old who cries every day because he wants to go back to school. Unfortunately, at this time, he spends 4 days out of the week doing daycare on a computer, which makes no sense to me. On the day that I do get to participate with his schooling, I see the other children in Zoom bouncing off walls, twirling in their bedrooms. I'm not sure this is effective, and I feel like a whole half a year has basically been lost, no fault to the teachers. I have held out making other arrangements because my son goes to Hemeter and I truly love the Hemeter environment, but I feel like I am being forced possibly to make a different choice. I have a 13-year-old who cries because there is absolutely nothing normal in her life. I hear her talk to me about how her friends have changed, and it is because of age or because of everything else. I'm not really sure. I am tired of hearing about the parents crying to the media why kids are in school because we all had a choice at the very beginning. I work in healthcare. I am aware of the consequences, yet I have educated myself enough with the information available to choose to send my child to school. I send my children to school despite the flu, which is more debilitating, more deadly for children, especially if you choose not to vaccinate your child for the flu. If education and teachers are so important, then enough is enough. Kids need to be back in school. I respect teachers, the amount of education that they obtain to be a teacher. But let's be honest, this remote online learning is really not sufficient. Next one is Sandra Volkinen, 1514 East River Chase. I'm an elementary teacher in the district and do believe that kids need to be in front of us to receive the best education. I am concerned that there are too many students in classrooms with no plexiglass in place. Other districts have plexiglass dividers between students at tables and at all reading tables. When students are back, we can't teach them the way we know is best anyway due to the lack of PPE like plexiglass. There should never be 27 students in an elementary classroom, but definitely not during a pandemic.
Okay, Mike, next two, please.
Are we on 46?
We're on 46. And Mary Ann, I'm not intentionally missing you. I know you only printed out certain of them. Anytime you want back in the rotation, just raise your hand.
No, that's okay. I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
All right, Julie Scott, 3838 Wild Pine Drive. I have 3 children that attend Hemeter Elementary and one who cries almost daily about how much she hates the online learning process. We have watched her go from a student who used to wake up each morning excited to go to school, excited for classwork and projects, to a student who dreads getting up and sitting on a screen all day. She has lost that passion that she once had for learning at no fault of her amazing teachers. This is not a sustainable method of learning for my children and many others across the district. I believe the children need to be back in the classroom. Then if the situation warrants, we should be quarantining class by class as needed. I don't understand the method behind shutting down an entire district because one classroom or one school is in quarantine. This is only harming the other 4,000 children in the district who could still be going into their classrooms and learning. I'm worried that there will be discussion regarding holding off in-person instruction until the time in which teachers can be vaccinated. I'd like to remind the board that vaccination is not mandatory and there's no way of knowing how many teachers and staff will opt in. I can tell you, working in a large health system in the area who offered vaccinations, only 52% of the employees opted for the vaccine. Please don't use this as an excuse to not send our children back. Nolan Hamilton Kratt, 3595 Stanford Way, apartment P12. I'm a junior at Heritage High School. Many of my peers and teachers have expressed that the largest problem we face right now with our students' education is a lack of consistency in the schedule for the first semester. Given the pandemic, I understand how the district has struggled to make decisions they have made. I don't want to use this time to criticize. Instead, I offer the students' perspective on how we can best do education at this time. Our schedules for green days and blue days has been regarded as a failure, but I don't believe this has to be the case. Teachers were taught how to utilize the every other day schedule. Learning could be improved more than even being there every day. By teaching teachers how to utilize the off days to their full extent, in-person schooling can be used just for lectures and social activities. This gives the students more time to focus on individual work for the off days that would otherwise not be ideal because of the mandated schedule. All right. I have to find my place on the off days, and overall is the best compromise. I agree that students are not getting the same education as before, but I don't think comparing it to before is a good idea. We do the same amount of work as before. Parents are just privy to it. I want to say this is a high school plan and the other schools should use other grade specific solutions.
It looks like 48. The comment is cut off, so there's really nothing there, which would take us to 49.
Who's up? Is it? You
Why
want
don't
me
you
to?
do one more?
All right. Meha Parikh, Lamplighter Drive, Saginaw, Michigan. Given that the vaccinations is out, why won't we wait until all the teachers get vaccinated and continue what we have done so far? It's a matter of days, not months anymore. It doesn't seem logical to push through and make this huge change during the last critical days. It is important to maintain the safety of teachers as well as others. The current approach has worked in terms of keeping the infection down and should be continued until vaccination is complete.
All right, Jan, you want to take the next couple with Janine on deck? We're on 40. We're on 50.
Okay, John Fleming, 11 Cobblestone. I'm writing to express my support for returning to in-classroom instruction for our students full-time. Given a choice, kids want to return to the classroom for real. Given a choice, as parents and taxpayers, we want our kids to have the best public education possible. In-classroom instruction is the most effective option. The top priority of our schools should be to improve the most effective learning environment possible in a safe and healthy manner. Returning to in-classroom instruction can be accomplished in safe and healthy manner, as many other districts have proven. Staff has a choice. Federal and state regulation provide rights and benefits to employees that choose not to work due to legitimate health concerns related to the COVID virus. These rights should be respected, but the top priority is the education of our students. When kids actually want to be back in school, it's time to listen to them. There is more to education than lots of worksheets to do. How does a student benefit from a ceramics class without ever getting their hands on some clay? How does an aquatics class achieve anything, let alone life-saving, without actually getting in the water? Does it really make sense to learn a foreign language on a Zoom call? There is no intended disrespect to our staff, but it's time to get creative and provide the most effective instruction. The kids deserve the best efforts of all adults. Please do what is right and best for our students and get them back in the classroom for instruction as soon as possible. Sincerely, John Fleming, Cobblestone Drive, Saginaw, Michigan. All right, 51.
One more if you would.
50. Scroll down to 51.
51.
Yep. 51. Daniel Gladkey, 20 Cobblestone, 4603. As a current Heritage High School student and having experienced both online and remote learning during the COVID pandemic, my social skills and education have much benefit during the remote learning while being in person at Heritage High School. I truly believe the social aspect is a very important part of every student's journey during high school. I personally believe that in-person school would be much more beneficial for the students. Speaking from my perspective as a student, we will do our best at following the COVID precautions. I can't wait for a return back to school.
All right, Janine, would you take 52 and 53 with Eric on deck?
You got it. 52, Matthew Bryant, 552 on Weiss Street. Something needs to change. Students spend up to 5 hours plus doing homework, stressing, and teachers wonder why they don't get up for online. This is sad. Amy Petrish, 3514 Adams Avenue. School shouldn't still be remote after all the time spent making sure each and every child's health was and is a top priority. Why would you decide now to have everyone together in the school? It's like everything that has been done to keep the students safe was done for nothing. This makes no sense to put everyone at risk at the height of the pandemic. Even the governor said March should be the earliest that session school should begin. Please be smart and make a safe plan for return to school, not by placing every single student crammed into school at the same time with a high risk time.
Okay, Eric, 54 and 55, and Tony, you're on deck.
Megan Ivory, 3927 South Hartford Drive. We now have a light at the end of this tunnel. We have all been waiting for it. The best chance we have to stay open and remain open is to vaccinate the staff at the different buildings. The numbers are very close to what they were when we went remote in November. There are simply not enough human resources to manage the quarantines to protect our students. Transitioning back and forth is more problematic. Consider hybrid or alternate options before voting for 100%. Colleen Favre, 4698 Maplewood Drive. As a teacher for 18 years in STCS and as a single parent of 2 elementary students in our district, I am requesting that we return to full-time in-person learning as soon as possible. My children are 1 grade level apart and in different buildings. The difference in the instructional delivery they are receiving is disheartening and taking a great toll on the social/emotional health in our household. One child is live for most of the day, as it should be. The other is being instructed by teachers who post videos and offer very little or some days zero core instruction live. He finishes the work by 9:30 a.m. and cries because he is so bored and lonely. He asks why he has to learn from videos and PowerPoints. He wants to talk to his classmates, to engage with his teacher, to feel like he belongs. He sees his sister receiving instruction until well into the afternoon and doesn't understand why he isn't getting that chance to. It makes me wonder how many other children are experiencing the same thing. We need to be back in school to level the playing field again for all our students and continue to hold our teachers to the high expectations we have for them when we are in the classroom. Our students in every building deserve the same high quality STCS education that we are capable of offering. The sooner we get back, the sooner they can resume. Is there more to that one?
Nope.
That's good.
Okay.
Tony, you got the next couple with Mike on deck.
Sounds good. Amy Dress, 4626 Wintergreen Drive. I'm the parent of a 7th grade student at White Pine Middle School. I'm writing this letter to ask that you and the STCS board members please vote on Tuesday to get our kids back in school for face-to-face learning. The amount of school these kids have missed in the last year is heartbreaking. I have talked to many other parents who are eager to get their kids back in school, and I have encouraged them to submit comments for the school board meeting as well. I believe we can safely return for in-person learning, as the district had done a great job of keeping our kids safe this fall when they were in school for those 6 short weeks. Everyone wearing masks, social distancing, the block scheduling, and cleaning and sanitizing between classes have been great at reducing the risks of spreading COVID-19 in the schools. We did not see very many positive COVID-19 cases in our schools while they were attending in person. Our other schools in our area have been in person since the beginning of the school year and have not had any major outbreaks in their schools and have remained open. Kids are not the super spreaders that they have feared they would be. Therefore, I feel we need to give the return to face-to-face learning chances in the STCS district. These kids need to be with their fellow peers. The social and emotional toll this is taking on their kids is devastating. Our daughter is an only child, so she is missing being around her peers terribly. Some kids are home alone all day, having to do school on their own. This can be very challenging for the working parents. Middle schoolers are not self-learners. They need to be in a school setting, learning in person from their teachers. Zoom classes, meetings to their teachers are not the same or as effective as being in person. There is also the issue of the technology challenges some families have with remote learning. We have some issues on occasion and can be very frustrating for my daughter. I'm sure there are other students experiencing issues with devices or having to share with other siblings or internet issues. All these things can be very disruptive to the remote learning. I know that the pandemic created turmoil for our teachers and administrators this past year. I know you and the Board of Education are doing your best to make these tough decisions and are keeping the safety of our children a top priority. But I believe it is imperative that we get back to in-person learning as soon as possible. If the situation gets to the point where we have to close again, then we close. But we have to give it a chance. Anyone who is not comfortable sending their kids to school should have signed up for virtual by now. I signed up my child for in-person learning because I believe it is what is best for them. Finally, I would like to thank you and the board for the time and effort you have put into this unprecedented school year. There's no question that the safety of the students and teachers have been at the forefront of all of your decisions. And we as parents appreciate that. Okay, let me jump to the next one. 57, am I right?
Yep.
Let me make sure I didn't jump down too far. NREG? No, we did that one, didn't we?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. The name looked familiar. Parikh 3681 Lamplighter Drive. It is not safe for students to return to school, and we are almost there and should wait until at least teachers are vaccinated.
Okay, Mike, you want to take the next couple? Jan, you're on deck.
Okay.
So I'm on 58.
Correct.
So Heather Doobie says, why is it some people just get to turn off their video? Why is it some people seem to look like this is an extreme interruption of their existence of the day? You choose to be a member of the school board, act like an adult. It's embarrassing. Even more reason for me to use a different avenue for my children. I'm sorry, Heather. I had to go to the bathroom.
I think you can skip 59. That's not a
number 60. Kelly Donovan, 3660 Lysandro Street. I think our kids should stay in remote till March, even in the governor's own words. Herself, she said not till March 1. I think it would be best and safest for our kids. I think after staying home this whole time, it would be wasted protecting our kids if we go back now. You want me to do 61?
Sure, go ahead, take that one.
Carolyn Stewart, 5642 South Lake Crest. I am a resident in the community with 2 grandchildren attending school in this district. I'm voicing concern that all kids need to go back to face-to-face learning. In nearly a year, these kids have had no in-classroom learning. My grandkids' virtual learning consists of approximately 5.5 hours, of which nearly 1.5 hours is break time. This is not excellent learning in any form. Children need face-to-face learning with teachers our expertise in doing so. Other districts in our county have been open without issues, and I find it shameful Saginaw Township has chosen to keep kids out of school for this extended period of time. All along, the science has shown that kids are at least likely to spread COVID, yet you have chosen to close schools and put all kids at risk academically, socially, and emotionally. Not to mention the stresses you have placed on parents to figure out daycare, work, and education of their children. It's time to get them back to school full time and stop this unfounded fear. You're doing more harm to all of them than you are good. In addition, I have concerns about continuing to pay school tax dollars for facilities in operation of empty schools, buses, etc., that are not in operation. It's time to move forward to educate our children in schools now.
Okay, Jan, you want to take the next 2? And Janine,
Sure. Michelle Bringer, 4907 Ironwood Street. As a parent of 3 STCS students, as well as an employee, I want as much as anyone to return to in-person learning. I also understand the need for stability and routine, and with the new strain of virus, I fear that this coming semester will not provide either if we return. Teachers have a great thing going and have turned a bad situation into a well-oiled machine. Thank you for all that you have done to keep our kids safe, and I encourage you to continue being proactive rather than reactive. Sandra Jaworski, 6305 Reduso Drive. With 3 children in 2 different buildings, I've seen the struggles. I have also seen the breakthroughs and successes. I have found comfort and could not be more pleased with our 3rd grade teachers at Arrowwood and all of my 6th grade students, instructors at White Pine. I enjoy having the opportunity to hear and peek into my children's learning when during traditional instruction it would not be possible. I understand families want their children to have interaction and friendship, but learning and health is our first priority. Please look at safety and vaccination before the personal wants. Although I'm not pleased with 4th grade instruction our 3rd child has received, I'm over thankful that we have the opportunity to not have to be forced to be exposed yet again. I am fortunate to give at-home supplementation with instruction, and that gives me comfort. Our 6th grader was forced into quarantine early this year, and the shock and fright of having to follow up with the health department makes me thankful we did not have to return as a rush response. Please take the time to consider not just the words of parents having their children with friends, but consider maybe a slow transition back into learning with safety being number 1 for staff and students.
Okay, Janine, you want to take the next couple, please?
Yes. Tristana Johnson, 3477 State Street, Saginaw. Hello, will teachers make their kids cover their noses with their mask? This has been an issue all throughout high school. Also, what's the final decision? Joe Williams, 214 Center. The fact of the matter is that students' health is far more important than learning. Throughout this meeting, I've heard options, not facts. Parents and others have been complaining about their students not learning. Your children wouldn't have to learn in face-to-face if they weren't going to learn virtual. They can put in the effort to learn, they just don't want to. How are we supposed to teach children if they have COVID in the first place? It's much more important that our students are alive. It's disgusting that some parents are complaining like this. The reason why the rate transmission has gone down this year is because of the restrictions. Now is not the time to begin face-to-face. Continue virtual learning this year. Please make the right decision. I can take one more, if that's all right.
Yep, please.
Jill Cole, 3760 Sunridge Place. As a parent of a senior and a sophomore, I wish to express my preference that students return to the classroom on a full-time basis. Midland Public and other local parochial schools have demonstrated that in-person learning can be done safely. For our students or parents who are uncomfortable with in-person, they have the option to choose Ingenuity.
Okay, Eric, you're up, and Tony, you're on deck.
Jim West, 3550 Lawndale Road. STCS has always done a wonderful job. Nothing but great things to say about our district and its teachers and administrators. We have raised 4 kids here in Saginaw Township. Our 2 youngest are a senior and a sophomore at Heritage. They are missing the in-person dynamic greatly. Difficult times require difficult and often courageous decisions. Please adhere to the overwhelming tone of this meeting and put our kids back in the classroom as soon as possible. Next is from Jennifer Pelton, 3102 Gulfstream. Recently, we had an emotional breakdown with our daughter during a math lesson. She was upset because she didn't understand or get the right notes during her Zoom session to finish a problem, and her dad and her were trying to figure it out. She was upset because when she asks a private comment on an assignment, she doesn't get a response from the teacher until after it is turned in and it is labeled as missing. She is upset because she has to wait for her teacher to answer a question and then gets frustrated when a problem is returned for being wrong when she wasn't told the right way to do it. She is upset because she would prefer to be in class getting instruction instead of trying to learn math, of all things, over the computer. We have told her she is doing amazing. We have told her the teachers are doing what they can. We have told her that her teacher's rude response is not that, it's just a message that comes across wrong in a comment on a Google assignment. We have also told her that grace is a 5-letter word that both students and teachers are needing to bless each other with. She is a smart kid who has all A's, but that doesn't matter when she is struggling to try and understand emotionally how to handle this. The emotional and social toll this is taking on her is so hard to see, and I am afraid to see what it will do to our children in the future. We have a son that is in 5th grade as well. We have no idea where he is at in comparison to where he should be for 5th grade. I'm assuming way behind, but I believe that should concern you more than the lack of cases in our schools. We are asking our elementary, middle school, and high school students to function and to learn at the same level of college students. That is completely not fair to the students. Learning should be fun, surrounded by peers, and
Looks like it was cut off there.
okay. All right, jump back to the bottom. Let me see, appears that we believe with the lack of positive cases in the school district itself and in children as well, that children should be back in school ASAP. The social and emotional toll it is taking on the children, as well as the educational toll, is heartbreaking to see. We understand that the board is trying to do what is best, but there are a few people on the board who actually have students impacted by this pandemic. We believe that we should be following the health department's guidelines and taking a clear and constructive This keeps jumping back to the bottom. Taking clear and constructive advice from those who are living this and seeing what it is doing to our kids, families, and teachers. We have plenty of other schools in our area that are in school that have no issues, and rumor has it that a lot of people will be switching. Rumor has it that a lot of people will be switching districts if Saginaw does not start to administer to the needs of our children. Safety is first, of course, but if research shows cases were and are low in the schools in the area. Thank you for all the work, research, and time and effort you have put into making these difficult decisions for our children, but also know that the parents are the ones that also make these decisions for their children. If they don't or didn't want to send their kids to school, then they would all be in virtual learning now. For the sake of our children, for their well-being, for their emotional, psychological, and educational needs, we ask that you please open the schools back up.
Can you do 69 too?
Yes, sir. Stacy Quinn, 5231 Lake Crest Drive. As a student, let's see. Okay, it does start. Okay. As a student who attends Heritage High School, us students are constantly stressed about homework. I still think we should do online because of COVID levels. The one thing us students ask for is to lower the amount of homework we are receiving. We are all depressed because we are stuck in the house doing homework on Friday night due at 7 p.m.
Okay, Tony, you get the next couple, please, and then Michael, you're on deck. Looks like we've got about 7 or 8 more to go.
Sounds good. All right, Elizabeth Rappin, 3333 Churchill Lane North, number 2. As a parent in the STCS district, I want to encourage you to do the right thing and vote for at least hybrid learning. I have 3 children in the district, and they are struggling to learn. They seem to test well, but also forget the material as soon as they take their test. I have the luxury of working from home, but my kids are kids, and they like to challenge each other and start arguments and distractions with each other. They are not gaining the quality of education that they normally would have if they were in school. I really enjoy the district. I just want them in school. Next one's McKenna Stigray, 5676 Blackberry Drive. I'm a freshman at Heritage High School, and I believe that we need to go back in person. Students I know who used to be A and B students are now at failing level. I've seen people break down at missing assignments and overall just not believe in themselves at all during this time. Know that learning the best I can, I need to be back in school. I cannot sit on a computer all day for 7 to 10 hours, sometimes more depending on the homework that day. Also, I have younger siblings in the district as well, and I know that they cannot learn online at all. In fact, they're not learning at all, crying over sitting at home all day, not seeing friends and not seeing their teacher is honestly heartbreaking to watch. At this point, I'd rather get the virus from going to school than staying at home all day and having awful mental health and sitting on my computer for numerous hours every day. I can't even remember the last time I had a normal social interaction with my peers and or teachers due to the online format.
So I'm up with number 72.
That is
Yes,
correct.
please. Yep.
Ellery Jacob, 1838 East Packard. Please allow kids to return. Elementary students are suffering despite the best efforts of teachers to keep kids engaged. Hybrid should not be an option. I felt safe enough to send my child back full-time face-to-face, and others that don't feel it is safe enough had a different option of remaining virtual. And Norman, 18 East Hannum. I do believe that children need to be back in school. My concern is that they cannot be socially distanced as is recommended at all levels of prevention. Also, there has been no effort to create barriers like in many of the other schools in the area. Plexiglass is utilized to prevent the spread. My child is not excelling currently, and I would like him to be educated in person and socialized is only in 3rd grade. But I also have to take into consideration a newborn at home and my parents who are in their 70s. Could something be done to aid in this effort? You want me to do one more?
Yep, do one more if you would. At this point, we're looking for volunteers, so please,
Okay.
as long as you want to go.
Coming.
Bridget Urich, 151 Hine Avenue. I think it is clear that a majority of the elementary school parents want their children back in person instruction. Let's make it happen 5 days a week, no hybrid. Hybrid is a nightmare for working parents. The students have been in classroom and know the procedures. It may take them to get back into the swing of things, not weeks. And to clarify, the governor did not say to wait to go back to school until March 1st. She stated March 1st is her final deadline for all schools to be in person.
Okay, if we can get Jan to take 75.
Sure.
In fact, take the last four. They're all short.
Okay. 75, Florence Timo, 4978 Gratiot. First of all, I would like to thank all the teachers for their hard work and effort through these unprecedented times. After my child has seen multiple friends at White Pine having to quarantine, it just doesn't feel safe to open up. Ashley Phillips, 20 Court C. Our children need to be back in school. I obviously want safe to be number one priority, and I do believe that the staff and everyone involved in this important decision feel the same and have been doing their best to make that happen. With that being said, every parent has a choice to let their child return to in-person learning or virtual learning this year. That is still up to the parent to decide. For those of us who feel our children can be back in school, I believe we need to make that happen. It is very hard on them as kids and us as parents to continue to go on like this is very upsetting and extremely stressful. We have to do better. Carrie Base, 411 North Madison, Bay City. I'm employee at Saginaw Township Community School. My children also attend STCS. I think the students should go back to learning. My children now suffer from migraines that they didn't have before. My youngest child is ADD and APD. She is being left behind to fall between the cracks. My oldest child, a freshman, is overwhelmed with the amount of homework to the point that she is up half the night. Teachers do not respond to questions, nor do the counselors. I've asked numerous times for help, and my requests have gone ignored or unanswered. This is heartbreaking for my children to be put under this amount of stress. Please send our kids back to school in person. Jamie Sullivan, Scarlet Oak, Saginaw Township. For the folks wanting remote learning, then choose virtual. For us that want face-to-face, let our children go back.
So that concludes the comments that were submitted online. I want to take a moment and thank everybody who took the time to submit comments, whatever side of the issue you're on. We as a board appreciate hearing from you and learning your perspective. And so I want to thank the numerous people who not only submitted those comments, but we also had dozens of people.
Oh no. This is not good.
Letters to the board submitting their what have you. So next on the agenda is a discussion of our extended learning plan. It's 9 o'clock. I'm going to recommend we take a 5-minute break for people to use the restroom or get a glass of water. And so we will reconvene at, it's 9:03. We'll reconvene at 9:08.
You all right? Yep. Hey, Carly. Oh, no, no.
Janine, you're not muted.
Too fast.
Okay, thank you for the indulgence of the short break. With that, I'll turn this over to Mr. Martin for a discussion of a couple of items related to the learning plan that are required by law that we go through every month.
Yes, first up, we have the report of the two-way interaction participation. This is a report of the number of students that we've had meaningful conversations with about their learning as the teachers and counselors and social workers interact with our kids. We always talk about the month behind us. Starting on December 7th, those weeks leading up to this point are 95.4% of our kids, 95.2%, and 95.8% of our kids. So again, we're running there in the middle 90s of meaningful interactions with our students about their learning. So I'm pleased to report that. Next up, we have our learning goal reporting. Actually, this is a report on the training and professional development that we've done. I'm going to turn that over to Mrs. Kratz for a moment. She is our professional development coordinator in the district.
So this is a report that is due to COVID that we have to have linked to our transparency site on our website. It needed to be linked by January 15th. So I think do you all have a copy of the actual report that we're linking? Okay, so this had to be linked by January 15th, and it was the amount and type of training provided to this current school year as of the date of the report. So even if we had stuff planned later on, this was supposed to be up to the date of the report, which is January 15th. So as you can see, we started trying to be proactive, not even knowing what the school year was going to look like in July. So we had some online opportunities for teachers to take part with John Sowash, who has been our technology consultant. He's a certified Google consultant and well known around the state. He's a keynote speaker at some major events. So it was really nice to have him start us off and guide us through that. All of the key people in the planning, the curriculum planning committee, and the administrators all had the distance learning playbook, which was a book that was created by some of the experts in the field of education. And so all of the administrators broke it down into mini sessions where teachers needed to log in and watch some what does remote learning look like type of videos and updates on how to make relationships with kids if you're teaching in a remote setting, things like that. The high school, middle school had Edgenuity orientation for teachers. That was a very quick orientation because we knew that we had parents that wanted that virtual option. Lincoln Learning had orientation. We spent a lot of time in August with curriculum alignment, trying to figure out what were our focus standards because of some of the learning that was lost in March of last year. So how do we start this year? And we've spent a lot of time this year trying to talk about what are the main focus standards that our kids have to have for each grade level, knowing that there was some learning lost in March and moving forward through this year with a lot of disruption to education. So we've spent a lot of time doing that. In August, we brought in all of our social workers and counselors, and we really focused an entire day on creating how are we going to support all of our students for social emotional learning through the pandemic. And so they did a fantastic job doing some of that stuff and really helping teachers and taking some of that off of their plate. Again, technology and remote learning, we continued that throughout the year, trying to make sure our teachers knew how to transition from remote learning to hybrid learning to face-to-face and be able to do that quickly, especially since it's not something that we practiced, that we're experts at. So we tried to do a lot of support with that. And then even recently, our administrators had the opportunity to do distance learning leadership. That same expert in the field is doing some training for leadership. So how do you lead during a pandemic type thing? That's happening right now. For parents, we've had a lot of resources go out through email and through things like that, starting back in March, where we had our websites that they could go on and click on and get extra resources. Mackinac High School actually does an Edgenuity orientation. Mr. Kern offers that every 4 to 6 weeks because there's a lot of kids coming into his program. Google Classroom and Seesaw, a lot of videos and things like that have been sent out. We've had Lincoln Learning and Edgenuity parent nights, and we're planning on having those again in January as we transition into the second semester. And then of course, kids has been more about that contact with their teachers. So this just kind of lays out for students, for parents, and for teachers, what have we done to try to prepare the best we can for COVID. And pandemic teaching is now a term that is being used. So for pandemic teaching, how did we address that? So, and that is now linked to our transparency link on our website.
Perfect time for that report. I know Mrs. Bird asked at our last meeting what types of things we had done to prepare our teachers to be successful in the electronic virtual format. So perfect timing. That lists some of the things that we've gone through. All right, moving on to the next piece. This is my update, COVID update as it's known. Quickly, I just wanted to bring you up to speed on athletics. I know that's been getting a lot of press lately in newspapers and so forth. The MHSA winter guidelines were revised last week based upon Wednesday's MDHHS modification of the shutdown order. Bowling, skiing, and boys swimming are now up and running. Basketball, ice hockey, and wrestling may now practice indoors, but they may not have any physical contact. So you're doing things like drills, weightlifting, conditioning, and team activities are now allowed. But in my webinar with MDHHS, they kept coming back to the term no touching. So if you picture basketball practice or hockey or things like that, wrestling, obviously that's a complete game changer. It almost became a point of amusement after a while, but as people were asking, what about this circumstance? And what about that variation? What about this circumstance? They continued to stress no touching. Spring and fall sports are now able to resume conditioning and small group activities, but again, they use the term no touching. So if you can have basketball practice, do a lot of shooting, ball handling, passing drills, things like that, without touching any other people in the practice. MHSA girls swim and the volleyball championships were held this past weekend. Congratulations to our girls swim representatives who did such a great job representing us at that championship. We're very proud of our Hawks. And our football championships will conclude this coming weekend at Ford Field for the teams that are still participating. We piloted some antigen testing for those fall athletes, namely our girls swim. It ran very smoothly thanks to the hard work of Athletic Director Justin Thorrington and his support staff. So we appreciate that. The MHSA Executive Council continues to meet weekly and is lobbying the governor's office to accelerate the start of our remaining 3 contact sports, that being basketball, ice hockey, and wrestling. All right, in regards to our learning plan and what direction I think we should go in the coming weeks, several bullet points that I'll push through here. Saginaw Region COVID case numbers, our testing positivity rates, which as of tonight are 8.7% positivity rate. So I'm very pleased with that. As recent as a month ago, we were seeing them pushing 20%, and as of tonight, we're down to 8.7. Saginaw Region COVID-related deaths and hospital capacity related to COVID cases, which as of Friday night was down to 25% of hospital capacity was related to COVID. All of those different metrics have been steadily improving lately. New cases of COVID have dropped off significantly in Michigan in the last 2 months. As of tonight, our daily new cases per million were on a 65-day decline in Saginaw County alone. If you take us back to November and December, I was very concerned about a spike in January after 2 of the most social holidays of the year, that being Christmas and New Year's Eve, where typically there's a lot of family gatherings and a lot of social gatherings. I was very concerned about a COVID spike, and at this point, we have not seen that. I was on the phone today I was on a Zoom meeting this morning with Chris Harrington, Executive Director of the Saginaw County Health Department, and late this afternoon on a phone call with Dr. Delisha Pruitt, the medical director at Saginaw County Health Department, and they confirmed that we just haven't seen the spike that I was fearing. So that's wonderful news and very positive response from the public to a lot of the precautions and a lot of the warnings that were sent out. The Saginaw County Health Department announced that they are preparing to vaccinate all interested Saginaw Township Community School employees in the coming weeks as part of Phase 1B. That was, again, part of conversation today. Janine Coughlin, Dr. Ramasamy, myself, conversations with Chris Harrington and Delisha Pruitt at the Health Department, trying to put some plans together with some expeditious and efficient models that we can use to get our staff vaccinated as quickly as possible. We're still hearing that we're several weeks out from getting enough doses in Saginaw County to address all of the people that are in that Phase 1B, and that's a concern. With just the 65 and older presentation, there are over 12,000 Saginaw County residents in that demographic that have already registered to get their shots, and school employees are in second line behind that 65 and over group. So superintendents were very concerned about that from a selfish standpoint, because we want to get our staff vaccinated as quickly as possible. The county and MDHHS in Lansing have repeated that districts who are providing in-person instruction to students will have priority over those who are remote. So that's something that we need to keep in mind, that at this point, being in remote with our students, we're towards the end of that line for districts in Saginaw County. But again, with the support of Dr. Ramasamy and some folks from Midland County School or Midland Public Schools had their vaccination day last week. I spoke to their superintendent about their model, went extremely smoothly and ran like clockwork. So I am bugging him to get a copy of that so that we could set up a very similar model. My hope is that if we can put together a very tight timeline and a very efficient model that would essentially vaccinate our folks in a day through a very efficient process, I'm hoping that the health department will release enough doses to us to allow us to take care of that and perhaps accelerate this, so we're not looking several weeks from now, but perhaps, you know, in within the next week would be my goal. MDHHS back on December 21st changed their executive order to allow high schools in Michigan to reopen for in-person learning because conditions were improving. As I've shared all along, and we've talked about the research, we all know that face-to-face instruction in front of a talented teacher is the most efficient and effective form of learning. I've been honest with you folks, and you've been honest with me. I do not believe the hybrid blue day, green day system provides a high quality education for our students at the 6-12 level. We frankly have not been able to solve the issue of a robust off day at a consistent level to which I'm satisfied. We've had an awful lot of time in departments and grade levels and professional development trying to figure out how to make that off day more substantial, and that's something we're struggling with. The students and the employees are used to wearing masks all day. This shouldn't be an issue any longer. I know there was some trepidation about that at the start of the year. If you recall, right before Christmas, our parents were given the choice to RSVP for face-to-face or virtual learning. We've seen 222 students request a switch. 154 of those are requesting a move from virtual to face-to-face, and 68 families are requesting the opposite. Those families with serious concern about COVID transmission have had the opportunity to select the virtual option. All of our personal protective equipment situations and other protocols were practiced and rehearsed in October and November. I'm very pleased our students and our staff members did an outstanding job of adhering to our safety guidelines. That went far better than it could have. As I've shared before, 10 out of our 12 Saginaw County districts have already returned to face-to-face learning, as have larger districts such as Midland Public and Bay City Public. We are carefully following the state of Michigan guidelines for operating schools safely. That is this document that was put out by the state. This was recently released by MDHHS. This new condensed document that's much easier to read and digest replaces the very lengthy My Safe Schools roadmap that the governor released on June 30th. They've told us that we can discard that big binder, and it's now been condensed down to about 7 or 8 pages of some guidance. We've been very honest with our community since the start of the year that we cannot implement the original recommendation of 6 feet of distance between people at all times. That recommendation in the new guidelines has now dropped to 3 feet between people for districts that don't have the physical space or the scheduling capacity to maintain 6 feet. 3 feet distance will be our goal, but again, there are some places that cannot work based on our logistics. With all students back, this would be very difficult in a few places in our district to even do the 3 feet. Several studies have concluded that schools are not spreaders of the COVID-19 virus if safety protocols are practiced and if there is not already a significant outbreak in that community. And the CDC has supported this conclusion in their reports. If and when the board votes to bring students back, obstacles that will be watched very closely include significant upticks in COVID-19 transmissions in the Saginaw community. That's something we get reports on twice a week from Saginaw County Health Department. We'll also be watching for COVID-related employee shortages, as that is something that caused some problems for us in November. And we'll also be watching increases in disease transmission within the district school buildings, if there are any. MDHHS has concluded that skating rinks, movie theaters, and bowling alleys are safe for the public. So in my opinion, it stands to reason that the very foundation of our society, our public schools, should be open as well. Most importantly, as we've discussed, the emotional, mental, and social health of our students at all levels is now reaching a critical stage. We need to get students back together. We need to provide a semblance of normalcy as soon as is safely possible to offset the increasing dangers of isolation. This is a very real problem. We've been speaking to our social workers and our counselors and hearing from the county experts about this. It's something that I'm very concerned about, and I know our staff is. So after careful study, conversations with our administrative council, with our STEA leaders, with other ISD superintendents as early as this morning, and our Saginaw County Health Department as late this afternoon, after spending the last several days reading a multitude of letters and emails from teachers, students, and parents, and in my professional judgment, it is time to return our students whose families chose the face-to-face option back to our classrooms all day, every day, from developmental kindergarten through 12th grade, beginning on Tuesday, January 26th, the first day of second semester. This is my recommendation. I'm not naive enough to think there won't be bumps in the road and that there won't be potential quarantines of a classroom, a grade level, or even a building at some point. But I believe it's the right thing to do for our kids for a whole lot of reasons. It's time to make this move. So at that point, I turn it back over to our president. That's my recommendation. And that would be, the next step would be turning it over to the board.
Thanks, Bruce. What I would recommend at this point is that we make a motion, second it, and then we can have discussion. And that discussion can certainly include questions for Bruce as follow-up to any of the points he raised. But that way, all the conversation is focused in one part of the agenda. So with that, do we have a motion? Janine?
I'm happy to say that I move that the Board of Education reconfirm the attached extended COVID-19 learning plan. Under this plan, students in grades DK through 12 who selected the face-to-face learning option for second semester will return to in-person learning on January 26, 2021, using the state of Michigan guidelines for operating schools safely for guidance. Students K-12, DK through 12 who selected the virtual learning option for second semester will continue or begin their online learning through Lincoln Learning or Ingenuity on January 26, 2021. Going forward, the board will continue to reevaluate the district's COVID-19 learning plan as necessitated by the pandemic and required by state law.
We have a second?
Support.
Okay. And so at this point, I'll open up the floor to discussion, whether it's questions for Bruce, comments on your thoughts, anything you want to share. It's an open discussion at this point. Marianne?
I was thinking as I drove away from the meeting last week, I have been concerned with compliance, as you all know, for quite some time, and I know that this is a serious issue, and I think the word normal is not really in the realm. It'll always be something new, and it'll always be something different. I think we will always have some form of flu every season. And I think the thought that the vaccine will be coming to us, I think, is significant. And I think that the one thing that I thought of was we're going on almost 1 year of this upside, downside yo-yo for people. And I know what that isolation feels like. A lot of people just think, well, if you have a problem with the mental and the social, and I think with everything else that's going on around in our world and locally, I just think enough is enough. And I think the best place for the students to be is inside a classroom with a teacher. I teach online. I miss them terribly because I don't get to know them as well as I could face-to-face. I'm starting face-to-face next tomorrow. And I think people are ready. Do I think that people will be compliant? No. But I think that's the reality of our world. We tell people not to text and drive, and they do. We tell them not to smoke because it causes cancer, and they do. People were encouraged not to travel over the holidays and not meet in large family groupings, and they did. And on the one hand, you cannot blame people for wanting to be with family, because I think the fear was, what if this is the last time that we might see a particular relative or not? So that's a little bit different for me, but the reality is that the non-compliance will always be there. And as many of you know, I work a retail job, and during the week, when I see an 11-year-old shopping without a mask, I find that very discouraging. And I think the children are changing, and I think they become they're just tuning out. And I don't think that we can allow that to continue. As Mr. Martin noted, if the governor says we need to close, or if such things happen, I think that's what you do. These are not normal days for us, as everybody knows. But I have changed how I feel, and I think that being back in school is where our children need to be.
Okay, thank you for those comments.
Bruce, I can probably start with some questions. When we talked about, I'm off mute, good. When we talked about in person and how that is going to prioritize our vaccines for teachers, when we talk about in person, do we mean fully? Do we mean hybrid? What qualifies for being in person and being able to have that priority?
I think that a hybrid model would also prioritize us. They talked about the guidance simply speaks to districts that are in person for instruction. So I believe a hybrid would also help.
In the event that we are in person as defined by this, you had kind of mentioned hoping to have it done in a week or, or two. What's your confidence level, really? I mean, is there a possibility this could be more like 4 to 6, or is this really a pretty confident 2 weeks?
As it stands now today, I think we're probably 3 to 5 weeks because they've been very open and honest that they just don't have the doses in Saginaw County. And again, for whatever reason, the school communities have taken second priority behind the 65 and over crowd. That surprised me. I thought it would be the other way around, but I don't make the rules, so maybe I'm biased. So we started to gain some momentum today when Kayla Ramasamy and Janine and I connected with Dr. Pruitt, and she connected with Chris Harrington. So she said, if you can put together a very tight, efficient schedule and model of what that would look like in the district and get it to us, we will consider moving you folks closer to the front of the line. So that'll be our work the next day or two.
All right. So I'll just, from a statement perspective, I will say that I absolutely believe the kids need to be in school. And I think we've all felt that from the beginning, and for all the reasons mentioned in the comments, as well as the emails we've received, that kids need to absolutely be in school. I'm challenged with the idea that, in a lot of the comments, a lot of the emails, not in all of them, there is really no discussion around what are we doing extra? What are we doing to protect our teachers? It's concerning a little bit that at this point we aren't saying, well, hey, if we're going to do this, we're going back 27 to 32 kids in a classroom, then what are we doing above and beyond, or what have we learned since the fall to take these extra steps, especially since we're so close to the vaccine? So that's why I asked that question, because once the vaccine's done, that takes away that concern. But in the meantime, we're putting our teachers in levels of cases that are back when we first started, with double the amount of kids, and yet there's no discussion, or I wouldn't say there's no concern, but that doesn't seem to be the focus. So I just want to put that out there, that is something that's absolutely weighing on me as it relates to, I'm all for having the kids back to school. I know they need to, but at what cost? And potentially to our teachers. And knowing that from a quarantine perspective, once that starts happening with our teachers being out, we're going to be in serious trouble. I know we don't have a lot of substitute teachers in place. It's at least my understanding. So all things that are absolutely, I want to put it out there for everybody, that's something that probably hasn't been given enough consideration. And then certainly I'd like to talk a little bit about, and Bruce maybe can speak to it, is there things that we can and have done? Have we talked about putting plexiglass up in front of teachers' desks, or anything to say, hey, we're bringing double the amount of kids back that we did in the fall. Here's what we can do to protect you until we can get you these vaccines.
Well, we have not considered plexiglass in front of every teacher's desk. I think for a couple of reasons. First of all, I don't know many teachers that stay behind their desk all day. They're up and around, and they're in and out of the aisles and up and down and caring about kids. Not that they don't care about kids if they're sitting behind a desk. I don't mean it that way, but that's part of what makes our teachers so special, is that they're out and about the classroom. So at that point, that piece of plexiglass in front of their desk doesn't do much of anything. I know there are I've heard of a few districts that have purchased the little three-sided shield thing that goes on front of the desk. In talking with several of those districts, they've said they regret it because of the noise, and they fall off the desks and things like that. They wish they hadn't done them. And frankly, they kind of feel like it's an optical illusion that provides a sense of protection that doesn't really, how do I want to say that? It looks better than its actual efficiency.
Right.
And so to me, purchasing 4,700 of those, if I'm not hearing rave reviews from districts, it just didn't make sense. So we can accelerate a process over the next week and purchase plexiglass and chain and hang them in front of teachers' desks. Again, I think that adds some optical assurance, but I don't really think it does much of anything from a science standpoint.
Okay.
We're having conversations about our HVAC systems. Where are those at this point in time? Some are better than others. We have brand new boilers in some places and old boilers that need to replace in others. We're eventually going to creep into springtime when we can get windows back open and fans going. I know we have a lot of fans going anyway when we have kids in classrooms, even in colder weather, just to keep air moving, which was one of the recommendations. But it's obviously hard to open windows in January and February because of the temperature outside.
Right.
So
I think the other thing I'd like to see discussed, or at least taking a look at, is the lunchtime. That's the time where kids are taking off their mask, 32 in a class, and what can we do to make that less of an impact? So that's certainly a concern I want to put out there.
I think the key thing too that you hit upon that we haven't discussed is the class size.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's extremely important. To go to 28 people in a room. I think that's. I'm wondering how can we be? We're talking about being proactive versus reactive. What can we do creatively to make sure that's, because that as a teacher would be a major issue. That all of a sudden, we're remote. Now I'm going to 32 kids in a class, 29 kids in a class, 28. And I think that's, I don't speak for all teachers, but I'm thinking that's at least some of the concerns that I've heard is what can we do to ease that situation? And I'm thinking probably, I'm just wondering what role staff has played in any of the decisions. Were they included in any of the decisions? And perhaps they are the best ones to ask and get their creativity and their thoughts on how we can improve things. Because they're the ones who are there day to day. It's very easy for us to come a couple times a month, but they're in the classrooms, and we know that some of those classrooms are very small. And I just think that we need to pay attention to that. And I think we need to pay attention to their voices. So, I worked in a hospital, and we went to the people who worked in maintenance when there were certain issues that were incorrect that involved their department. They're the ones who worked with it every day. So that's where I think we need to reach out to those members of our staff, see what they think.
And I do recognize what we're looking at is maybe not slightly different in regards to class sizes based on elementary buildings, middle school and high school. So that's another thing is I just continue, and I've said this every time we've had this discussion, is let's take a look at what's the right solution, the right safety measures per school, per situation. I know there's cohorting, there's in some high schools, there's a lot of mixing, all things that I certainly want to make sure that we continue to take in mind. This doesn't have to be an all-in situation. David, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Marianne?
Sorry, there are two things that I forgot because I remember I said I was going to bring them up at every meeting. I still would like us to look at some form of night school for maybe 6 to 8, regardless of whether people, if we do decide to go back face to face or not, if we stay remote. I think having 2 hours a night with staff for questions and things for parents, for families would be extremely helpful. And then I'm also going to push for a coordinated summer academy so that kids are going through the summer, not pockets of title programs or whatever it might be that we discussed last time. But I truly feel that some type of summer academy, because in my heart, I feel these kids have lost more than a year to 2 years since this has been going on since last March. And I think that we need to be mindful of the fact that if it means additional stipends for people who would be willing to come in and assist, I think that a night school for 2 hours a night for Q&A type things, assistance, tutoring, whatever it might be. And then I would love to see a summer academy for our children.
Okay,
Do you mind if I ask a question?
go ahead. The camera's on you.
Woo! I might have missed this, but what is the percent of students that are staying home virtual?
That's what I was going to ask.
Sorry, June.
We were 70 30 through the fall. 70% chose the face-to-face model, and 30% chose the virtual. That has shifted a bit more because we had more folks choose to go to leave virtual and go face-to-face by over twice the amount. So I would imagine at this point we're up 75-25, if not a hair higher.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to ask that because I was thinking how that would reflect with our class sizes. Okay.
There obviously has been some shuffling. Brian over the holidays completely reworked his master schedule at Heritage. I know Vicky has been shuffling students around because obviously we have more coming back. Jamie spent a lot of time at the very beginning of the year, back in late August, early September, with the principals. We had to pull some teachers out of the classroom and reassign them to virtual to help support our Lincoln Learning, our Ingenuity kids. And so that caused some last minute shuffling. At this point, we haven't heard of much shuffling. We think we can absorb those kids in pretty good shape, other than, like I said, Brian had to rework the master schedule to look at their Ingenuity support in a completely different way. So,
Bruce, if we go back face to face, is there still room for parents to, even though their time was done, is there still room for them if at the last minute they say, no, I want to be back on Edgenuity or Lincoln Learning?
I'm going to say no,
Okay.
unless it's an emergency of some sort that something awful happens and that it's just a unique, unexpected circumstance that they need to talk to us about. We had one the other day that Jamie and I, neither one of us could have made up, and it was an emergency situation, and it made sense, and we had to make an adjustment. But the difference between this RSVP and the one in August was that in August, we didn't know what this was going to look like.
Right.
Parents hadn't tasted what remote was like and what face-to-face was like under the new COVID protocols, hadn't tasted Edgenuity and Lincoln Learning. So we allowed some grace period in there to give them some time to work with it and then make a decision that worked best. At this point, the difference now is this is a very educated choice they're making. They've seen it. They either liked it or they didn't like it. And as we saw, there were 222 students that are making a move. So at this point, I don't see a reason to put another point in where they can jump off or jump in. Plus, that would be extremely disruptive to master schedules and staffing and things like that. So,
All right, one more. Will the middle school go back to the regular schedule, or will they stay on the schedule they're on now?
well, I think if our kids come back, the expectation is that they would go back to a normal schedule.
Okay.
As if the school year was there. I'd have to have a conversation with Dr. Wanmacher and see if I'm wrong in that regard.
Okay.
I'm looking at Jamie's face on the screen to see if she's given me a panicked look or anything. But my understanding is at that point it looks like a regular school day and a regular school day.
Okay.
Jan, any other questions?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions or comments?
I'm curious, Jan, what you're thinking.
Me?
Yeah.
What I'm thinking?
Yep.
Well, I guess I'm looking at the fact that I think looking at everything I've looked at, and I've kind of done some research on my own, and after 4.5 days of babysitting my grandchildren and doing online and looking at all the different levels and what they're working on, I'm looking at kids going back to school. And that's why I wondered about the middle school to see whether or not they would be on normal schedule or still on the 2-hour block. So yeah, that I am looking at them going back.
Okay, great. So I have just a couple quick comments. So I think it's worth noting for anybody that's still out there watching that while most of the comments today that we got during the meeting were from parents, with a few from teachers, we did receive quite a few emails from teachers at the high school and middle school over the last several days expressing what I feel are legitimate concerns are about the potential risk to them. That I don't feel that we're likely to see cases continue to decrease as we relax restrictions. And I feel we'll be lucky if they stay steady, and they're likely to. And certainly, if the new variant comes along and at any speed, we'll get a rapid increase. So I believe they have legitimate concerns, and because of that, if it were me alone, I might come up with a different solution. But I respect the other opinions of the members of this board, as I have all along, and certainly the professional expertise of our superintendent. And so with that, I'm likely to support the motion.
So I'll keep my comments very short. I've been doing a lot of research, keeping track of case counts and things since our last decision point on this. I've been talking to a lot of different parents, teachers, trying to get a full picture. And for me, as I was thinking about earlier, even as recently as today, this decision is like a scale where you have one thing on one side and one thing on the other. And the thing that the thing about that scale is I want to emphasize that both sides weigh heavily into the decision for me. Just because a decision or a vote may go one way does not mean the other side was not considered. In fact, it was both sides are heavily considered by me, and I'm sure the rest of the board members. With that, I just am concerned about the position of our students and their learning. That's why we're here. That's what we do. And if we are failing in that mission, that's a great concern for me. We mentioned about social and emotional concerns, and those weigh into it also. But at the end of the day, we're losing students. And I don't mean losing from the district. I mean, we're losing students. They're giving up on their education. They're giving up on school. We are changing students' minds from liking school to disliking school, liking education to disliking education. And that sits very heavily with me. Also, I do realize, and I must acknowledge there's risk to it. And I also must acknowledge that it's the teachers that bear that risk, and that's a heavy thing for me also. So those are my comments.
Yeah, to add on to that, if there's anybody out there listening that can in any way influence getting our teachers vaccinated more rapidly, we ask for your help.
Janine?
I would like to also bring up the teachers. Absolutely. Their emails were heartfelt, and I respect them very, very much for putting it out there. That is one of the main reasons that contacted Dr. Ramasamy, try to get her opinion on where we were with the vaccine. I am hopeful that we can accelerate the process. And I guess, Bruce, we'll be doing some talking over the next couple of days to see what we can do. This is a crazy world. This is a crazy time. And this is one thing, however, though, in our community that we can control, and that is getting our kids back to school. And I've supported this decision all along. Eric is right on. Social emotional health of our students is pivotal. I'd mentioned the suicide awareness and prevention piece in the past. I'm taking a class in February because we were still seeing those numbers and those attempts rise in Saginaw County, I'm sure all over the country. I'm looking forward to the kids coming back, and we will continue to support our teachers in whatever we can do.
Okay. Anyone else? I've certainly appreciated hearing everyone else's perspective. So let me offer a few thoughts of my own, just to give you an idea of where I am. For the past few months, we've been in full-time remote mode, and there's no question that this mode, to its credit, has established a routine for our students and our families. And I think some real learning is taking place. But there's no question there's been a significant toll on all our students, no matter what the achievement level. And this toll is only getting more significant the longer our kids remain in this mode of instruction. So in my mind, the safest option comes at a significant cost. So one way to get students back in the building is to utilize the hybrid option. However, as Mr. Martin mentioned, this really isn't viable because the off days have been proved to be a challenge educationally. And the last thing our kids need right now is halftime school. So that brings us to returning to the classroom full time. And to me, families that chose face-to-face learning, they wanted, for the second semester, they wanted one of two things. They wanted to go back to school face-to-face full time, or they wanted to remain with our STCS teachers and willing to do any of the three options in order to remain with those teachers. And as Mr. Martin mentioned, by a 2-to-1 basis, more families moved from virtual to face-to-face for second semester than the other way around, indicating to me a growing desire for face-to-face learning. Now, just because the majority of our families may want face-to-face learning, that doesn't mean all of our teachers and staff are in favor of the same. I think some of our teachers do want to return to the classroom as soon as possible. But there are a number of teachers also that don't want to yet return until they've been vaccinated. And that's a legitimate concern, a legitimate point of view. And quite frankly, like Eric mentioned and others mentioned, Janine, my heart aches for the teachers who may be in a position where they need to go back before they're vaccinated. The problem is that, as has been mentioned, the health department is going to prioritize immunizations for those districts that are back in face-to-face. So if we wait until our teachers are vaccinated to go back, we're going to be last in line. So the sooner we go back, the sooner our teachers are going to be vaccinated, especially with the efforts of some community volunteers in our administration to hopefully, move the ball forward as expeditiously as possible. And lastly, and I think this is really important, the issue of vaccinations for our teachers has nothing to do with student safety, because students under age 16 aren't even being considered for the vaccine, and the ones who are over 16 aren't going to be vaccinated until the school year is over at the earliest. So no matter when we go back to face-to-face learning for the students, the only thing we can do about student safety is enforce mask wearing and the other safety protocols to the best of our ability. When the state has said it's okay for students to play sports and engage in other activities, and when students are hanging out with each other, quite frankly, outside of school, I think being in class with certain safety protocols is probably one of the safer places that they can be. So in the end, I don't want to make perfect the enemy of the good. I think families that chose face-to-face learning want and need to return to the classroom. I pray that our staff will be vaccinated in short order, and the protocols we have in place to keep everyone as safe as possible are effective. So like Eric said, and I thought it was a great analogy, balancing all the issues and factors, it's my belief that a return to full-time learning is a correct course of action at this time. Anyone else have any thoughts or questions before we call the question? Okay. If not, can we, Eric, can you call the roll?
Janine Coughlin,
Yes.
Mike Colucci,
Yes.
Tony Duncan,
No.
Jan Collison,
Yes.
David Jaffe,
Yes.
Mary Ann Bird,
Yes.
Eric Smith, yes.
So by 6-1 vote, the board's voted to return to full-time education, full-time learning for DK through 12th grade starting Tuesday, a week from today, I think the 26th. Mr. Martin, will leave it to you and the administration to properly communicate the plan to our community and put the wheels in motion to make that into effect. Okay. I want to take the opportunity one more time to thank, first of all, the members of the board for all of your time, thoughtfulness, questions, struggle with this issue. I want to thank everyone in the community who made their opinions known, either through public comment or through correspondence to the board or Mr. Martin. I want to thank our administration, who is going to be responsible for implementing this. And perhaps most important, I want to thank our teachers in advance for the efforts that they're going to make to keep our children safe to the best of their abilities, to maintain the safety protocols to the best of their abilities, and to allow our children to keep learning. So thank you to them. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Support.
My computer glitched out. I had Mrs. Bird making the motion. Do we have a second?
Oh, second.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion?
Hey, David, real quick before we adjourn, I'd like to thank Tyler and Molly for sticking on for this unusually long meeting. They won't all be this long. And I don't know if this is appropriate at this point or not. It just bounced in my mind. I didn't know, and feel no pressure to, but I didn't know if you guys had anything to say. We encourage our student board members to speak up if you do have anything to say about, any particular subjects, the one we just talked about in particular. But so David, I'll leave that up to you. If it's not appropriate, I understand. I know the time for discussion is past, but
if either Tyler or Molly want to say a few words, that's fine. I honestly was hesitant to have ask for their in the discussion. I think that would have been a tremendous amount of pressure to place on them at their first meeting. Very important. But,
yeah, and that's why I wanted to make sure no pressure at all to say anything. But given that you're the students and you have a high stake in this, if you wanted to, if not, that's fine.
Tyler or Molly? Molly, you're good? Tyler? Good too? Okay. We'll look forward to your first report with preparation at one of our upcoming meetings. I think they're just tired. It's after 10 o'clock. Eric, want to roll for adjournment, please?
Marianne Bird,
Yes.
Eric Smith, yes. Jen Collison,
Yes.
David Jaffe,
Yes.
Tony Duncan,
Yes.
Mike Lucci,
Yes.
Janine Coughlin.
Yes.
Everybody, thank you. We'll see you next Monday night for our regular meeting.
Thanks, everyone.
Take care, everyone.